Hey guys! Tonight we step into a world of diamonds and daggers disguised as etiquette, the age of Victorian Duchesses. The chandeliers drip with light, the air smells faintly of rosewater and wax, and every smile in this ballroom could kill faster than a duelist's pistol. You stand just beyond the grand marble staircase of a Mayfair mansion, clutching your invitation a little too tightly. You probably won't survive this, socially that is, unless you've mastered the delicate art of the backhanded compliment. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The ballroom stretches before you like a painting that forgot to dry. Silks ripple, jewels gleam, and laughter clinks like crystal. The duchesses are everywhere, their fans fluttering like nervous birds, their husbands drifting off toward brandy and political boredom. But here, in this glittering sea of decorum, the real battles are fought in whispers. You catch one duchess leaning toward another, her fan half lowered, her smile sugar-sweet. "Oh, how lovely your gown is this season," she coos, though I believe I saw a similar one on Lady Harcourt's maid. The other woman's expression doesn't change, but the air tightens. That's the thing about these gatherings. Every word is a blade wrapped in lace. Historians still argue whether Victorian high society was truly this venomous, or if later gossip columns exaggerated it. But even the politest diaries hint at rivalries so intricate they might as well have been choreographed. You stroll past a trio of duchesses pretending not to eavesdrop while doing exactly that. Their pearls gleam like a chain of frozen gossip. The orchestra swells, violins trembling under the chandeliers. You notice how the hierarchy is literally visible. Those closer to the Queen's circle stand near the center, while others orbit the edges like faint moons. And yet, even from the margins, they scheme. The Duchess of Sutherland once manoeuvred her way into royal favour simply by offering Victoria a shawl woven in her husband's Scottish mills. A gesture so delicate it disguised decades of ambition. The ballroom smells of powder and perfume, but beneath that is something sharper. Tension, warmed silk, candle smoke, and the faint metallic tang of rivalry. You pass the refreshment table, where one duchess accidentally nudges another's cup, spilling punch across a white satin sleeve. Gasps flutter like doves. Apologies, of course, follow instantly, but they're hollow as the punch bowl. Somewhere near the musicians, you overhear a whispered story. One duchess's jewels aren't hers at all, but borrowed from a creditor who won't stay patient forever. Another has arrived wearing a diamond tiara, rumoured to have belonged to a rival's grandmother, sold in a moment of desperation, and now sparkling like a taunt. A gentleman nearby clears his throat, muttering that these women could rule an empire if only they were allowed. You can't help but agree. Underneath the powder and propriety, there's calculation. Every glance measured, every curtsy choreographed. The Victorians might have prided themselves on restraint, but restraint in this world was a weapon too. One duchess drifts past you, the scent of violet trailing behind her. She pauses to study her reflection in the ballroom mirror, though you suspect she's really studying everyone else. Her smile is fixed, her eyes watchful. You realize that in this glittering kingdom of manners, sincerity is the one luxury no one can afford. A curious, almost comical detail catches your eye. A servant discreetly fanning the candles to keep them from dripping onto the Queen's portrait. Even the wax must behave tonight. The music changes, the tempo lifts, and suddenly everyone's moving, waltzing like diplomats in disguise. Each turn of the dance is a declaration: who leads, who follows, who triumphs. You drift along the edge of the floor, half entranced, half amused. Somewhere between the rustle of skirts and the scent of champagne, you understand the quiet madness of it all. The Duchesses aren't just competing for royal approval. They're fighting to exist in a world that measures worth by proximity to power. One historian once compared Victorian society to a clockwork mechanism, beautiful, intricate, and mercilessly precise. And like any clock, it needed tension to keep running. Rivalry was its spring. As the night wears on, the chandeliers dim slightly, the air grows heavier, and laughter starts to slur at the edges. You notice two duchesses locking eyes across the room. Neither moves, but their expressions exchange entire manifestos. One smile says, "I've already spoken to the Prime Minister's wife." The other's says, "Then I've already spoken to the Queen's." You can almost hear the unspoken dialogue. You can almost feel the envy hum beneath the harp strings. By midnight, the rivalries soften into exhaustion. The last dance is slow, almost funereal. You linger by the doorway, watching as the carriages are called and the duchesses drift out, each pretending she has won. The silence that follows feels almost holy. You step out into the cool night. Gas lamps flicker, horses snort, and the cobblestones gleam like mirrors of all that ambition. Behind you, the mansion breathes out a final sigh, the kind of sigh only marble can manage. You realize you've just witnessed a battlefield disguised as a ball. Tomorrow morning, the gossip will begin again, quieter, sharper, deadlier. And you? You'll slip back into that world too, but for now the city sleeps, and the rivalries wait beneath their silk covers, patient as cats. The morning after the ball always feels like a confession, whispered through lace curtains. You wake to the clink of silver trays, the faint rattle of carriage wheels outside, and the sweetly deceptive scent of lavender water hiding the hangover of society itself. Somewhere downstairs the footmen are gossiping, quietly, carefully, but never quietly enough. Your invitation from last night still lies on the vanity. The ink has bled a little from the candle wax, but the crest remains clear. Another duchess's crest, another power play. You realize that every flourish of calligraphy in this world means something. The way the ink curves, the weight of the paper, even the seal color, all part of an endless code only these women can read. You wander through the memory of that ballroom, thinking about the titles behind those smiles. Duchess, Marchioness, Countess, each a badge, but also a chain. Titles in the Victorian world weren't just inherited, they were weaponized. You step into the breakfast room, where sunlight struggles through the haze of London's coal fog. On the wall, portraits of ancestors gaze down, all powdered wigs and unearned gravitas. The current Duchess of Belvoir sits at the far end of the table, her hand resting lightly on a porcelain teacup that costs more than most cottages. She smiles, but the corners of her mouth tremble slightly. There's a rumor she's lost a piece of land to her husband's gambling. No one mentions it, of course. That's not how this game works. Instead, someone compliments her pearls. Someone else sighs about how one must suffer for rank. You can almost hear the envy curl through their voices, wrapped in politeness like arsenic in sugar. Historians still argue whether Victorian duchesses truly enjoyed their privilege or were quietly imprisoned by it. Some letters suggest both pride and loneliness stitched into the same sentence. A duchess could command an army of servants, but not her own freedom. You watch one of them glance toward the window, her reflection caught in the glass. She's beautiful, but not in a careless way. It's a kind of disciplined beauty maintained like a military campaign. The right diet, the right jewels, the right number of inches between her and scandal. You hear a whisper about dowries, a quiet reminder that these titles were often purchased with human tenderness, a girl's worth measured in estates and heirs. One duchess, Lady Arabella, famous for her lace, infamous for her temper, had once told a friend that her husband married the map, not the woman. You can almost picture her saying it with a smirk, swirling her tea as though that bitterness were part of the flavour. A maid enters, carrying a newspaper folded precisely in half. On the front page, the announcement of last night's attendees, written with surgical precision. The Queen's name first, naturally. Then the duchesses of this and that, each placement more valuable than a gemstone. Social order in print form. The Duchess of Rutland sighs lightly. "My name," she murmurs, "was below Lady Pembroke's again." The others pretend not to hear, though their silence hums with delight. You realize that even the ink on the morning paper is a battlefield. A misplaced comma could ruin a reputation. A photograph in the Illustrated London News could restore one. As you sip imaginary tea beside them, you notice something strange. The way they laugh a beat too early, the way they hold their breath before speaking, as if every sentence must pass through a dozen layers of calculation before it's allowed to live. It's funny, in a bleak way. The men at their clubs gamble fortunes on cards and horses, while the women gamble futures on compliments and gossip. And yet somehow the women's stakes are higher. You remember what one historian wrote. The true politics of the 19th century were often conducted not in Parliament, but in parlours. There's a soft rustle as letters arrive on a silver tray. The duchesses lean forward just slightly, hungry, careful. One letter smells faintly of lilac, another bears the faintest smudge of perfume that no husband's correspondence should carry. The Duchess of Devonshire's daughter, young and curious, opens a note and flushes crimson. You can't read it from here, but her trembling hands betray enough. Her mother pretends not to notice, sipping her tea with the serenity of a queen who has seen everything twice. Then comes the real entertainment. The butler announces that Her Majesty has extended a garden invitation for only 6 of them. The room changes temperature. Smiles freeze. Tea cools untouched. It's a royal invitation and a social elimination all at once. You glance toward the mirror again. One duchess is already calculating what to wear. Another mentally rehearses her apology for not being chosen. And another, your favourite, the quiet one near the window, simply murmurs, the Queen does love a smaller circle. It's a perfect statement, gracious, wounded, and strategic, all at once. You can almost hear the scraping of invisible swords beneath the tablecloth. It's strange how much of history hides in these silent gestures. You imagine the chroniclers years later writing of female virtue and decorum, while missing entirely the intelligence required to survive here. These women were both prisoners and tacticians, masters of endurance disguised as ornament. Outside the fog thickens. A carriage rattles away down the street, its horses steaming in the cold air. The duchesses rise, each murmuring excuses about errands, fittings, and embroidery. You watch as they exit one by one, each carrying her secrets like jewels sewn beneath her corset. You linger a moment longer in the empty dining room. The silver spoons gleam in the morning light. The air still smells faintly of ambition. Somewhere upstairs you can hear faint laughter, or maybe it's just the echo of the previous night still whispering through the halls. The servants will talk about this morning for days. They'll note who blushed, who laughed, who stared too long at the Queen's letter. Because in this world, nothing is trivial. Everything is strategy, every glance, every tone, every tiny motion, catalogued and repurposed as ammunition. As you turn to leave, you spot something on the table, a handkerchief embroidered with a crest not belonging to this household. It lies there innocently, but in this world, a misplaced object can detonate a month of rumour. You pocket it almost without thinking. Maybe it's curiosity. Maybe it's self-preservation. In either case, you've just joined the game. The carriages outside begin to roll again, the day unfolding with the careful rhythm of routine. But beneath it all, beneath the pearls, the laughter, the manners, you can sense something restless, something hungry, titles, tears, and tiaras, the holy trinity of power in a world that pretends it's polite. And tonight the chandeliers will blaze again, and you'll be there once more, watching as the duchesses dance with their daggers, smiling all the while. You're back beneath the chandeliers again, this time in a different mansion, though it smells the same. Beeswax, violets, and the faint burn of ambition. You've learned to walk slower now, to float the way these duchesses do, as if the floor itself were their stage, and each step a silent declaration of status. Tonight's ball isn't about dancing, it's about orbiting. And the planet everyone orbits, of course, is Queen Victoria herself. You catch the first glimpse of her entourage near the far end of the hall, surrounded by a sea of curtsies. The Queen rarely attends in person, but her presence radiates even through absence. Every duchess in the room knows that to be seen favourably by her, or worse, to be forgotten, is the social equivalent of coronation or execution. The Duchess of Sutherland stands closest to the Queen's lady-in-waiting, her posture perfect, her jewels strategically modest. Just near her, the Duchess of Buccleuch hovers, pretending indifference, but inching ever nearer, fan flicking in precise, silent Morse code. You can almost hear the static of jealousy hum between them. You drift nearer, careful not to be noticed, but hungry to observe. There's a rhythm to these rivalries, one that historians still argue about. Some claim the duchesses fought over influence with Victoria herself. Others believe it was about shaping policy through proximity. The truth perhaps lies in the quiet middle. They were fighting for visibility, for a kind of immortality carved into the glittering margins of royal life. The Queen's gaze, even when absent, is like gravity. You see how each woman subtly turns her body toward that invisible throne, even mid-conversation. Every laugh pitched just a little louder, every compliment shaped with one eye on the possibility of being overheard by the right ears. It's said that the Queen often played her courtiers against one another, encouraging loyalty, yes, but also letting the occasional rumour run unchecked. It kept them sharp, dependent, predictable. And perhaps it amused her too. You find yourself beside the dessert table where someone has constructed an impossible tower of marzipan roses and spun sugar swans. The servants stand nearby, expressionless, though their eyes follow every duchess's movement like chess spectators. They know more about these rivalries than any historian ever will. You overhear a murmur. Her Majesty prefers discretion. A warning disguised as flattery. Someone else counters softly, Her Majesty prefers devotion. A challenge. The air shifts, fans slow. In the corner, a small, curious tableau unfolds. The Duchess of Argyll, known for her Scottish temper, offers a seat to the Duchess of Bedford, whose husband happens to be hosting. It's a calculated kindness, the sort that costs nothing but earns interest. Bedford smiles graciously, though you can see her eyes scanning the room, already counting witnesses. You think of the Queen herself, small, resolute, draped in black. She once confided to her journals that she mistrusted society women, finding them vain and insincere. Yet she relied on them nonetheless. to maintain the pageantry that made monarchy look inevitable. The orchestra shifts to a softer waltz, and the Duchess of Sutherland steps forward, her husband trailing like an accessory. She bows her head slightly as the Queen's equerry passes. A ripple of envy moves through the room, subtle, silent, devastating. Somewhere in this gilded crowd, the Duchess of Manchester smirks. Her husband's fortune comes from trade, a fact the old bloodlines love to mock, but she's clever enough to spin it as progress. Even the Queen, she once whispered, lives by commerce. A bold statement, but she's not wrong. The royal household itself is a web of spending, lending and favour. The duchesses know it too, though they'd rather die than discuss interest rates aloud. You find yourself caught between two conversations. On your left, a soft debate about embroidery patterns that's really about loyalty. On your right, a murmured critique of Lady Churchill's provincial accent. It's astonishing how much malice can fit inside a whisper. The Queen's portrait looms above the fireplace, her gaze stern, her crown heavy with symbolism. It watches everything, reflecting back the hierarchy it enforces. You feel it watching you too, as though measuring your worth. One duchess, small, sharp-eyed, pauses beside you. "You're not from London," she says, though it's not a question. No one from here actually looks relaxed. You nod politely, unsure whether to smile. "Enjoy it while you can," she adds. "After a few seasons, you'll start calculating who's watching you even when you're alone." She drifts away before you can respond, leaving behind the faint scent of rosewater and resignation. Later in the evening, you overhear a conversation near the staircase that sounds almost philosophical. Two duchesses discuss whether loyalty to the Queen should be personal or performative. You're struck by the question. It's rare to hear honesty in a room built on illusion. "Performative, of course," one replies after a pause. "That's the only kind anyone can afford." It's a perfect Victorian paradox. Sincerity, when public, becomes performance. And yet that performance keeps the entire social machine running. You glance toward the clock, 11:30. The Queen's carriage won't appear, but her absence has already sculpted the evening. No one dares to leave first. No one dares to look bored. These are the unwritten commandments of high society. You notice, too, the exhaustion. Behind every perfect smile, every shimmer of silk, there's a woman who's been calculating for hours how to stand, whom to praise, which rival's rumour to ignore. They'll all return home tonight, strip off the jewels and collapse into the same heavy sigh, but by dawn they'll be ready to do it again. As you leave the ballroom, you glance back once more. The light has gone soft, the music fading into memory. A servant douses the candles beneath the Queen's portrait. For a moment, her painted eyes seem almost to flicker, half pity, half power. You realize the irony. The Queen's shadow extends everywhere, yet even she cannot escape the rivalries she inspires. Outside, the fog wraps around you like velvet. Somewhere in the distance, Big Ben tolls midnight. You walk toward it slowly, the echoes of laughter still clinging to your coat. The night feels both infinite and terribly small, and you think, maybe every empire, royal or otherwise, is just a dance of rivals pretending it's love. You sink into a drawing room scented with bergamot and the faint iron tang of scandal. The tea is poured with ritual precision. Silver spoons sing against porcelain. Steam curls like a private thought, and silk gloves whisper over upholstery as if rehearsing secrets. Here, conversation is currency and gossip at the market. You invest lightly, short, recklessly, and sometimes a single whisper bankrupts a reputation. Tea itself has political weight. Afternoon tea, popularised by Anna, the Duchess of Bedford in the 1840s, fixed an entire social hour into polite life, a moment when news and nuance could be served between scones. Watch the cues, how a slow sip signals contemplation, how an absence of sugar can read like austerity. A cough at the wrong second punctures a sentence and reassigns alliances. You start to suspect the scones are colluding. They seem intent on starting small domestic dramas. Silk gloves are private archives. Beyond preserving pale hands, the visible badge of leisure, gloves hide evidence. A faint smudge of soil betrays amateur gardening. A needle prick hints at needlework. A foreign perfume clinging to a seam hints at intimacy with someone who doesn't appear on the guest list. You learn to read a glove with the same attention you give a ledger. If gloves could speak, they'd probably demand confidentiality. Rumours here arrive like confections, sugared on the outside, bitter within. A carriage seen at a seaside inn, a handkerchief with a monogram left in a church pew, a loaned tiara appearing at a rival's throat. These small things are seeds. The most effective gossip is plausible enough to pass without scrutiny, yet sensational enough to be irresistible. Denial then becomes part of the spectacle, because a perfumed sign-off makes any rebuttal sound scripted. You watch a hostess lean forward, voice lowered to a conspiratorial hush. "I hear Lady Holcomb's diamonds are mortgaged," she says, and the comment strikes like a hatpin. Someone pretends to sneeze. Someone else clutches a napkin as if to hide delight. In private, plausibility is currency. In public, one upholds honesty because dishonesty sells worse. The rumour's architecture is practical. Servants are primary transmitters. A maid overhears, tells a valet. The valet mentions it to a footman who, in the course of service, offers the whisper to a visiting cousin. That cousin, charmed by the tidbit, drafts a letter to a magazine or mentions it in a salon where it blooms. Newspapers and caricatures accelerate the process. A sly cartoon can turn a minor social misstep into a national joke. Indeed, for a time the velocity of rumour, aided by print, rivaled the steam engines themselves. Historians still argue whether salon gossip among elite women exerted direct political power or mainly served as social theatre. Some letters suggest both. A whispered slander could cost an invitation from the household of the Queen. A sustained campaign of innuendo could close doors that otherwise promised marriage or patronage. Rumour had teeth. It could gnaw at fortunes and reputations with equal appetite. The drawing room is designed for both privacy and performance. Heavy draperies soften sound, chair arrangements create intimate islands, and windows often open onto service passages so that messages might be conveyed without theatrics. Servants, too, operate within a moral economy, secrets traded for small mercies, an extra biscuit, a kinder glance, a day off. Their reports are seldom neutral. They select facts the way a vintner selects grapes. Etiquette manuals codify this life. Victorians loved rules, and there were guides on how to accept tea, when to remove gloves, how many curtsies were appropriate. A tiny deviation becomes a headline in miniature. An omitted curtsy suggests arrogance. The wrong hand used for tea implies negligence. You begin to feel like a performer reading from an endless script. Essentially, a customer service agent for society, but with much tighter sleeves. Not all gossip begins spontaneously. Satirical magazines and cartoonists gleefully amplified courtly tiffs into public spectacles. A caricaturist could render a seating scuffle into a comic epic of two duchesses standing on each other's hems. The public would laugh, and the image would linger. Once a sketch lodged in popular imagination, it hardened into caricature that outlived the real woman beneath the ink. There are clandestine arts, too, scent as semiotics, folded notes as accusations. Certain flowers and fragrances carried shared meanings: violets for modesty, jasmine for remembrance, bergamot for friendly regard, and a seemingly innocent bouquet could be read as a pointed message. Invisible ink, lemon juice heated to reveal writing, and discreetly folded letters with initials were tools for private slights and strategic hints. Fringe historians whisper that some salons staged theatrical hoaxes purely to observe how gossip spread. Tonight, charity becomes a rumour anchor. A duchess announces a new home for orphans. Applause follows, but beneath the applause lie questions about who funds it and whose name appears on the patron list. Is this act sincere, or a countermove against a rival who last month founded a hospital? Beneath the public prayer is a chessboard of motives, virtue leveraged, reputations rebuilt. You feel oddly complicit, as if spying in a nursery. Rumours succeed because people want them to. If the public expects a duchess to be frivolous, gossip supplies frivolity. If they suspect impropriety, gossip supplies scandal. Confirmation bias is hardly modern. It is an old friend wearing new clothes. Whisper a believable anecdote, and the apparatus of society, servants, salons, prints, will magnify it until it reads like fact. In some ways, Victorians perfected what we'd now call reputation management. A deft counter-tale can redirect attention as surely as a well-placed compliment. Yet gossip is not only destructive, it can repair. A well-timed marriage, a generous donation, a public performance of piety, these are counter-narratives that slowly overwrite scandal. Social reinvention is possible when a more appealing story is supplied, and witnesses, whether out of generosity or convenience, will sometimes volunteer that new narrative. You learn the etiquette of spreading rumour, plausible, private until the right moment, and delivered with a trace of reluctance. I would never repeat this, but that preface is the spoonful of honey that makes the pill go down. You learn to hear the preface and to file the story away without flinching. By the time the kettle cools and the last teaspoon clinks, you are both observer and conspirator. You carry away a breadcrumb, a detail about a tiara, a note about a carriage that could be ammunition or balm. You tuck it into your pocket like a seed, knowing it may sprout in another drawing room. Outside, London rains as if polishing the cobbles. Inside, the rumour takes root and grows new branches. You walk into the fog with your gloves on, and the city breathes gossip around you like steam. The house you step into tonight smells faintly of roses, powder, and something more expensive, perhaps ambition distilled into perfume. You recognize the portraits on the walls before you even see them. Pale faces framed by pearls and velvet, all variations of the same unyielding expression. This is the home of the Cavendish family, the Devonshires, and if you've ever wondered how rivalry can be hereditary, you're about to find out. The Devonshire name is practically mythic in Victorian circles. They were not merely rich, they were established, that magical word whispered with both envy and contempt. The family had outlasted wars, revolutions, and more than a few scandals, thanks in part to its duchesses who seemed born knowing how to turn disaster into legend. You pass a marble bust of Georgiana, the famous Duchess of Devonshire, her likeness gazing wistfully into eternity, perhaps still regretting the gambling debts and the political intrigues that nearly undid her. She'd died long before this current generation, but her shadow stretched over them like a decorative curse. Her daughters and granddaughters inherited more than her name. They inherited her knack for rivalry. The current Duchess, Louisa, sits in the grand salon, her gown the exact colour of distrust. Around her, the Devonshire daughters flutter like decorative birds. Each one beautiful, each one quietly plotting for airspace. The eldest, Lady Blanche, is engaged to a marquis no one likes, but everyone respects. The middle daughter, Amelia, writes poetry no one reads, but everyone praises. And the youngest, little Florence, hasn't yet learned. that innocence in this family is a strategic liability. You take your seat near the pianoforte where the Duchess's mother, a formidable woman with a spine straight enough to slice marble, stirs her tea as if it owes her money. Family gatherings among the aristocracy were meant to look serene, but you've already learned that serenity in these rooms is just rivalry dressed for dinner. The Duchess of Devonshire clears her throat. "I hear Lady Pembroke is to visit Balmoral next month," she says, casually, though her eyes gleam like a duelist's blade. Blanche smiles. "Yes, Mamma, I believe she's hosting a picnic there." "A picnic," the Duchess repeats, as though the word itself were an insult. "And she invited you?" "Of course," Blanche says, her tone airy. "She and I share a fondness for painting." The Duchess's lips thin. "I see. A fondness for painting, or for being seen painting near Her Majesty." The silence that follows is exquisite, thin as spun glass, dangerous as mercury. Amelia, the poet, decides to intervene. "Perhaps Lady Pembroke simply enjoys Blanche's company." "Perhaps," her mother replies sweetly, "and perhaps I enjoy the company of my tax collectors." You suppress a laugh behind your cup. These exchanges are technically affectionate, but the precision of each remark could slice an ego clean in half. Historians still argue whether the Devonshire women's rivalries strengthened or fractured their influence. Some diaries describe affection veined with cruelty, others read like dispatches from a family civil war. But all agree on one thing: none of these women were passive. A butler glides silently into the room with a letter sealed in blue wax. The Duchess opens it and reads aloud. "Her Grace the Duchess of Manchester invites you to a private musicale next Tuesday." The words hang in the air. Blanche brightens. Amelia stiffens. The mother smiles, faintly triumphant. "A musicale," she muses. "How quaint. I suppose the Manchester set are still attempting to climb." "Oh," says Amelia softly, "perhaps they've already succeeded." It's a small remark, almost invisible, but in this household such remarks are matches dropped on velvet. The Duchess's head turns, slow as clockwork. "Succeeded? I only meant socially," Amelia says quickly, eyes down. Her grandmother's voice floats from across the room, as smooth and sharp as the edge of a teaspoon. "My dear, social success is like perfume. The less one talks about it, the more effective it becomes." The conversation moves on to music, to lace, to the scandal of a bishop's wife caught driving her own carriage. But you can feel the air hasn't cleared. Rivalry in this house doesn't dissipate. It merely changes shape. In the corridor, you pass a small painting of Georgiana again. The same wistful expression, the same melancholy glamour. You almost think she's watching. The resemblance between her and her descendants is uncanny, not just in face, but in ambition. Downstairs, the servants are talking. One footman says he's sure Lady Blanche will marry before summer. Another wagers it'll be Amelia first, simply to prove a point. The cook, wiser than both, says they'll all marry rich, but none will marry happy. You can't help but think she's right. The Devonshires, after all, play a longer game. Their rivalries don't end in shouting matches, they end in history books. And yet, beneath all the careful venom, there's something heartbreakingly human. You glimpse it when the Duchess catches sight of a portrait of her late husband, her eyes softening just for a moment. Or when Blanche tucks a stray curl behind her sister's ear, almost tenderly, before returning to her practiced smile. You start to realize that rivalry here is also a language, a way of showing care without admitting vulnerability. To love in this world is to spar, to compete is to connect. As you leave the salon, you pass an open door leading to the gallery. Inside, candlelight flickers across the ancestral portraits, dozens of duchesses staring down through time. Each one a variation of the same story, power wrapped in poise, ambition lacquered in grace. You pause beneath Georgiana's portrait one last time. "Do they ever rest?" you whisper. The silence answers. And somehow you know the answer is no. You return to London at the height of the season, and the gas lamps glow like constellations, and every duchess is a star, desperate to outshine the rest. The carriages jam Grosvenor Square, each gleaming with livery and diamonds, and the night hums with the unmistakable sound of silk ambition brushing against velvet envy. This evening the battlefield is fashion, or rather the unspoken war, fought through hemlines, feathers, and fabrics, rarer than apologies. You stand inside a milliner's salon on Bond Street, where the walls shimmer with ribbons and mirrors, and three duchesses quietly plot their next campaign. The Duchess of Portland, tall and calculating, examines a bolt of pale blue satin. "Too sentimental," she murmurs. "I'll not be mistaken for a nursery wall." Beside her, the Duchess of Bedford sniffs. "At least it isn't vulgar. One mustn't look like a walking bouquet, dear." The third woman, younger and newly-wed, the Duchess of Marlborough, smiles sweetly, running a gloved finger along a roll of crimson silk. "Of course not. But then, only the confident can wear colour." The silence that follows is long enough for the milliner to develop indigestion. You've learned by now that in this world, a dress isn't just a dress, it's strategy. The Victorians believed clothing reflected character, and duchesses knew that every stitch communicated allegiance, audacity, or submission. Historians still argue whether fashion in the 19th century empowered women or trapped them. The truth is that for duchesses it did both. It was armour disguised as ornament. Later that week the Queen hosts a reception at Buckingham Palace. You glide through the crowd with the practised ease of someone who knows how much a misplaced step can cost. The air is thick with perfume and candle smoke. You recognize your rivals instantly, not by face, but by gown. The Duchess of Portland arrives in ivory silk trimmed with ermine. "Too close to the royal palette," some whisper. A bold move, bordering on dangerous. The Duchess of Bedford counters with lavender satin and jet beads, her jewellery glinting like quiet laughter. But it's the Duchess of Marlborough who draws every eye. Crimson silk, gold-threaded, with a neckline so audacious it could cause diplomatic tension. "Scandalous," someone breathes. She's practically declaring war on discretion. You catch yourself smiling. Scandal is just another kind of advertisement. The Queen, though outwardly calm, notices everything. Her eyes move from gown to gown, calculating the messages embedded in each. Victoria herself had strict opinions about propriety. Modest cuts, subdued palettes, and sentimental jewellery. But she was far too clever not to recognise ambition when it shimmered in front of her. You watch as she nods slightly toward the Duchess of Bedford, perhaps approving her restraint, perhaps baiting her rivals into more daring displays next season. The orchestra begins to play. Around you, the women sway gently in the rhythm of hierarchy. Each smile hides reconnaissance. Each curtsy conceals a jab. You think of the seamstresses who spent hours, even days, stitching these masterpieces, invisible hands arming the elite for battle. Somewhere near the refreshment table, a whisper begins, small, sweet, venomous. "Did you hear? Her Grace's pearls aren't real." The rumour travels faster than perfume. Within minutes, it's fluttering through the ballroom like a moth in candlelight. By the time it reaches the Duchess herself, it has evolved into something entirely different. Her Grace's pearls were pawned and replaced with glass. She hears it. Of course she does, but she doesn't flinch. She simply raises her glass of champagne, lets the bubbles catch the light, and smiles the slow, dangerous smile of a woman who's been underestimated for far too long. You admire her for that? In this world, silence is the sharpest rebuttal. Victorian fashion had an unspoken hierarchy. The queens set the moral tone, but duchesses ruled the trends. They borrowed ideas from Paris, Worth's gowns, Chantilly lace, and repackaged them into propriety. It was said that Charles Frederick Worth could determine a lady's social standing by her willingness to argue about sleeves, and duchesses argued with the intensity of diplomats. The Duchess of Devonshire's granddaughter once commissioned a gown with real peacock feathers, only to have it banned from court for being too suggestive. The feathers symbolized vanity. It's an accusation as lethal as any duel. She wore it anyway to an opera instead, ensuring that everyone saw what the Queen had forbidden. You realize this is how rebellion works here. Through fabric, through implication, through defiance, embroidered so finely, it looks like compliance. A fringe story lingers in the papers. One of those delightful footnotes historians never quite verify. Supposedly a duchess once had her rival's dress sabotaged before a ball, the hem slightly shortened, the corset subtly loosened. The result? A stumble during a waltz, a gasp, a smirk from the balcony. Whether true or not, the rumor itself became legend. You walk through the ballroom now as the dancing begins. Every swirl of silk, every glint of tiara is a language. The feathers tremble, the lace whispers, the diamonds speak louder than courtesy allows. It's dazzling, almost hypnotic, until you notice the exhaustion behind it. Even queens and duchesses, you realize, must wake up the next morning, remove the jewels and face the mirror. What remains after all the satin and spectacle? A woman weighed down by the need to appear effortless. There's a joke, whispered by a footman polishing crystal in some forgotten hallway, that the true Victorian fashion accessory wasn't the tiara but the migraine. You believe him. As the evening wanes, you see the Duchess of Marlborough pause by a mirror, checking her reflection one last time. Her crimson gown catches the candlelight and turns it into something almost holy. But in her eyes you catch a flicker of uncertainty, a shadow that no fabric can hide. Perhaps that's the true rivalry of this world, not duchess against duchess, but woman against image. Outside, the carriages line up again, their lanterns glowing like fallen stars. The night air smells faintly of rain and perfume. Somewhere behind you, laughter rings out, brittle, bright, unforgettable. You climb into your carriage, the wheels rattling over cobblestones, and glance once more at the palace fading into the fog. You think about how fashion here isn't just beauty, it's survival stitched in silk. And tomorrow, of course, the next battle begins. Morning light in London arrives like an apology, pale, thin, and late. You wake not in your bed but in your carriage, the upholstery still warm from last night's parade of feathers and facades. The city outside yawns back to life, and so does its quiet machinery of reputation. You've been invited to a country estate in Sussex this week, a small gathering hosted by the Duke and Duchess of Harborough. You already know what that means. 27 guests, 50 servants, and enough tension to power an entire telegraph line. The house itself is grand but joyless, as though it's grown weary of admiration. Ivy creeps up the stone walls, and the windows stare down like judgmental eyes. Inside, the floors gleam with the kind of polish that demands apologies from muddy shoes. The first evening passes in polite misery. Rain tapping at the windows, conversation circling the same old topics, horses, harvests, and who's secretly in debt. The Duchess of Harborough presides like a woman guarding both her throne and her husband's patience. It's here you see the other side of these titled marriages. The ones that look perfect from the outside but feel like sculptures, cold, admired, and hollow. The Duke spends most of dinner discussing politics with men who aren't listening. The Duchess smiles at his anecdotes like someone keeping a secret ledger of each interruption. Their glances never meet. You realize with a sinking kind of clarity that for many Victorian duchesses, marriage wasn't companionship, it was an arrangement of marble, beautiful, immovable, and uncomfortably cold. Historians still argue whether the Victorian upper classes truly believed in love or merely tolerated it as an inconvenience. The letters that survive hint at longing, but also at resignation. A duchess could write poetry about her husband and, in the same breath, quietly commission separate bedrooms. After dinner, the guests disperse for cards, music, or gossip. You find yourself in the gallery, staring at portraits of ancestors who look equally unimpressed by their descendants. One painting draws you in, a woman in pearl grey silk, her expression soft but defiant. The plaque reads Arabella Harborough, 1789-1853. The resemblance to your hostess is striking, though this woman's gaze seems alive in a way the living duchesses never quite achieves. "Arabella," says a voice behind you. It's the butler, old enough to be part of the furniture. The first duchess. They say she married for love and regretted it twice over. You glance at him. Twice? He smiles faintly. Once when he lived, once when he died. He shuffles away before you can ask more, leaving behind the faint scent of polish and prophecy. Later that night, the rain grows heavier, and you hear the faint echo of raised voices through the walls. The Duke and Duchess, their words muffled but sharp enough to pierce the stillness. You can't catch everything, but you hear fragments, respectability, the newspapers, and something that sounds dangerously like, "I won't be humiliated again." You lie awake listening, feeling the weight of all those quiet, polite prisons. In the morning, the servants behave as though nothing happened. Breakfast is served with mechanical cheer. The Duke reads the Times as if it were scripture, and the Duchess pours tea as if her heart isn't breaking behind the silver pot. You realize she's winning, though, not by speaking, but by surviving. At luncheon, conversation turns to love, or rather, the sanitized version suitable for daylight. A guest mentions a novel, Jane Eyre, newly published, and calls it unrealistic. The Duchess of Harborough's smile doesn't reach her eyes. "Unrealistic," she repeats softly. Yes, perhaps, though the idea of being chosen for who one is rather than what one represents does seem rather imaginative. The men laugh politely, the women do not. There's a moment of silence, the kind that lingers long enough to make even the fire uncomfortable. Then someone clears his throat and changes the subject to hunting. The moment collapses like a souffle under scrutiny. You find yourself pitying her, and not just her. These duchesses live in palaces but walk emotional tightropes, balancing etiquette, power, and loneliness in perfect posture. The housekeeper later tells you in confidence that the Duchess spends her afternoons writing letters she never sends. To friends, to family, to someone named M. The housekeeper shrugs. "I think she writes them so she can feel seen. You'd be surprised how invisible some of them are." It's a strange thought. Invisibility in a world designed to be watched. That evening, you attend another dinner, another dance, another polite spectacle. But this time, you watch differently. You see the tension in the Duchess's jaw. When someone mentions a certain lady in London, you notice how she laughs half a second too late. When the men retire for port and politics, the women move to the drawing room for embroidery and endurance. The Duchess sits by the window, staring out at the rain. her needle pausing mid-stitch. You think about the marriages made of marble, the beauty of them, the permanence, the cost. And yet, somewhere between the silence and the silver, there's resilience. You can feel it, quiet but unyielding. Before bed, you pass the portrait of Arabella again. The candlelight flickers, and for a moment, her painted eyes seem almost sympathetic. "Did you ever break free?" you whisper. She doesn't answer, of course, but the way the light glances off her pearl necklace looks suspiciously like a wink. You slip downstairs where the house is a second world, cooler, quieter, and more honest than the glitter above. Here, silver glints under lamplight, and the floors absorb gossip like bread soaks gravy. The servants move with a choreography all their own, a shadowed ballet of trays, whispers, and precise nods. If the duchesses are the visible actors, the servants are the stagehands who actually decide whether the curtain rises or falls. Think of them as the headline act's pyrotechnicians, without the safety briefing. Great Victorian houses kept armies of staff. The grandest households might employ dozens of servants, footmen, housemaids, ladies' maids, butlers, cooks, and stable hands, each with a specific rank and exacting duties. That structure creates a whole subterranean society ruled by rules and grudges where the butler's silence often carries more weight than a duke's pronouncement. You learn quickly to read the signs. The butler's posture tells you if the household is strained. The coldness of the soup reveals if a quarrel simmered through the night. A footman's distracted polish signals worry about an unpaid bill. A chambermaid fussing with curtains hints at preparations for an unannounced guest. In rooms where etiquette is a religion, servants are the priests who interpret, translate, and sometimes counterfeit devotion. There's a rhythm to their secrets. News travels down through silver trays. A maid hears a whisper at the garden gate, tells the cook while passing a copper kettle. The cook mentions it to the head housemaid who, over mending, passes it to the lady's maid preparing hairpins. Stories that begin as a cough near the stables become full-blown scandals by the time a duchess hears them clinking in a teacup. Servants aren't just messengers, they're editors, and frequently the original authors. Historians still argue whether servants were mere conduits of gossip or active agents who shaped aristocratic reputations. Some sources insist servants simply reflected what they overheard. Others show deliberate manipulation, leaked notes, timed accidental discoveries, and the strategic misplacement of belonging to steer social currents. You, standing in the scullery doorway, find it impossible to imagine so much noise beneath such polite silence. The butler, Mr. Henley, is the nucleus of tonight's subterranean world. He's an old man with hands like root vegetables and a memory that files events with obsessive clarity. He can tell you who arrived late to supper in 1842 and why Lady Millbank's carriage rattled different springs last Tuesday. He moves through the kitchen with the slow, absolute certainty of someone who knows exactly which secrets to keep and which to auction in whispers for favour. His memory is the household's archive. His gossip is also the weekend's entertainment. "Never underestimate a silver spoon," he says once, as if sharing a proverb. It's not about cutlery, it's about leverage. A spoon left at a neighbour's house can start a conversation about etiquette, and a conversation can become a reason to withdraw an invitation. In a society where invitations are currency, the people who control access to information control power. There are rituals down here that never make it upstairs. A footman will polish shoes until midnight but never complain. A housemaid will submerge her frustration into starch and starch it back into a collar by dawn. Yet under the obedience lies ingenuity. The cook keeps a ledger of favour accounts, extra help for a tip, a bowl of parsley saved for a favoured lady, and a lady's maid trades fashion tips in exchange for gossip. small economies that mirror the grander financial dances above. Quirkier still are their private codes. Some servants write messages in the soot on the fireplace, a rough shorthand that to the untrained eye looks like nothing but dirt. At night, they hang tiny knots on the laundry line to mean visitors expected, or they tuck notes into the hems of curtains, signals invisible to the family but vivid to anyone who knows how to read them. Fringe historians whisper that in some houses, servants used invisible ink made from beetroot juice to send messages. Whether that tale is true or a kitchen myth passed between scullery girls, it speaks to their creativity. Also, if you'd ever thought invisible ink was a modern party trick, congratulations, you're 16th century naive. The relationship between servant and master is volatile and intimate. A lady's maid often knows a duchess's skin better than her husband ever will, the freckles, the mole behind an ear, the scar from a childhood fall. She knows which corset pins cause discomfort, where to loosen a glove for a discreet kiss, which perfume hides tears. Intimacy breeds influence. A well-placed word from a maid can smooth over embarrassment or, if she chooses, turn a rumour into ruin. That power hums quietly, like embers under cold ashes. At the same time, servants navigate their own hierarchies, alliances, and betrayals. The cook and the housekeeper might wage subtle wars over who supplies the best meat, and the confidence of the dairymaid about a secret pregnancy can rock a household's equilibrium. You realize these micro-politics are just as brutal and more sustained than the gilded quarrels upstairs. Tonight, you watch a minor drama play out. Miss Clara, the young scullery maid, has found a discarded glove embroidered with a crest that doesn't belong here, the same detail you might have noticed earlier in a drawing room. Now it's gossip seed. She tucks it under her apron, eyes shining with the possibility of leverage. Later, she will whisper the find to the housemaid, who will pass it to the lady's maid with an added flourish. Left by a gentleman not of this house. By morning, that glove's origin will have evolved into a romance, then a bribe, then a scandal, the usual life cycle. Yet servants sometimes protect secrets with fierce loyalty. Mr. Henley, for all his ledger-like memory, keeps certain things locked away as if they were the family Bible. A servant who betrays too often finds herself shunted to the scullery or dismissed altogether. Reputation matters down below as much as it does above. You feel the code of silence press against you like a warm, inevitable blanket. The servants also maintain their own private rebellions. A cook will slip an extra spoon of sugar into a favoured child's tea. A housemaid will arrange flowers just so in a vase the Duchess keeps on the mantel. A servant's revenge is usually practical, cold porridge, not melodrama, but in the world below, it's equally effective. Tiny comforts, tiny resistances, small rebellions that humanize both the servant and the served. Sometimes these gestures let you glimpse what the household would be like without the rigid posture of rank, messier, kinder, more honest. And then there are the ghost stories. Every household has one. A lady who drowned herself in the estate pond, a footman who died on duty, the soft thump of a box moving across a deserted attic. The servants whisper them in the buttery after lights out, applying dramatic flourishes that make the smallest noises swell into full tragedies. These tales bond them, create shared identity in the face of servitude, and, if you believe the cook, improve the flavour of stew. Historians still argue about how much agency servants actually possessed. Were they primarily constrained labourers or savvy operators, leveraging the only power they had? You watch them arrange the silverware with solemn precision and suspect both truths are true at once. The answer lives somewhere in the bellowing kitchens and quiet closets, constraint and cunning equal parts. Outside, the moon slips behind a cloud. You stand by the scullery door, watching the night unfold among pans and whispers. Clara emerges suddenly, eyes bright with secret triumph. "I told her," she says, voice low. We have a card for Tuesday." The words mean more downstairs than any sash could upstairs. An invitation is a lifeline, a chance to cross thresholds, to be seen not as shadow but as presence. You leave the kitchen with the taste of stew and secret ink stories lingering on your tongue. Upstairs, the Duchesses will sleep and dream of coronets. Downstairs, the staff will dream of the next day's favours and the next small victory. Both worlds are necessary to the machinery of status, and both are fueled by the same combustible human needs: recognition, security, and the occasional extra slice of cold beef. As you close the back door behind you, a footman tilts his hat. For a moment, the two of you share the absurdity of the entire enterprise, of silver trays that carry kingdoms, of gloves that carry gossip, and of polite society balanced precariously on a housemaid's secret. You step into the humid night air, the scent of laundry and lemon peel following you, and you understand more clearly than ever. Servants' secrets are the invisible scaffolding of a world pretending to be effortless. The next morning, the rain gives way to that strange, silvery light that London sometimes conjures, part optimism, part hangover. Carriages line up along Piccadilly once again, not for a ball this time, but for something infinitely more competitive: charity. You've been invited to attend the Duchess of Portland's Orphans' Winter Relief Gala, which, if we're being honest, has less to do with orphans and more to do with reputation rehabilitation. In the Victorian world, charity is performance art, and duchesses are its prima donnas. The ballroom of the Portland House has been transformed into a kind of philanthropic theatre: marble columns draped in ivy, banners quoting scripture, and a grand table displaying an improbable number of satin-covered donation boxes. Everything shines, including the smiles. You arrive just in time to hear the Duchess herself deliver her speech. "We are gathered," she declares, her voice trembling with precisely rehearsed emotion, "to ease the suffering of those less fortunate than ourselves, and to remind the world that compassion is the truest mark of nobility." Translation: she's still trying to recover from last month's scandal involving a borrowed tiara and an unpaid dressmaker. Applause flutters like paper fans. The rival duchesses are here too, of course, dressed to look modestly magnificent. The Duchess of Bedford's gown is a subdued dove grey, which happens to shimmer quite a lot under the gaslight. The Duchess of Harborough, still smarting from gossip about her unhappy marriage, wears mourning black for the poor, but glitters with sapphires that could feed an orphanage for a year. You stand near the entrance, half listening to speeches, half watching the invisible scoreboard in motion. Every donation announced from the stage isn't really about money. It's about measurement. Her Grace, the Duchess of Sutherland, £500. Polite applause. Her Grace, the Duchess of Manchester, £700. Louder applause. Her Grace, the Duchess of Bedford, £1,000. Gasps. Applause. Someone faints elegantly. And then, like the inevitable third act of every opera, comes the counter-strike. The Duchess of Portland, the host herself, rises with studied humility. "My family," she says softly, "will match the total sum collected tonight." The room freezes. It's checkmate, delivered in silk and sympathy. You nearly laugh, though you manage to disguise it behind a cough. Historians still argue whether Victorian philanthropy was sincere compassion or sophisticated self-advertisement. Letters from the period show both: duchesses funding schools and hospitals while ensuring their names were engraved above every doorway. But perhaps both motives can coexist: ambition disguised as virtue, virtue weaponized as ambition. You wander among the guests as champagne replaces tea and charity fades into choreography. The band begins to play, couples drift to the dance floor, and the donation boxes sit temporarily abandoned like well-fed pets. At one end of the room, you overhear a snippet of conversation between two duchesses who should really be whispering elsewhere. "She's wearing French lace," one says, feigning horror. "In a charity ballroom," gasps the other. "Does she want to be excommunicated?" The first shrugs. Now perhaps she's saving the orphans from bad taste. They both laugh, a sound like crystal breaking. The hypocrisy is almost artistic. A few servants weave through the crowd, collecting envelopes with expressions of studied invisibility. They know, as you now do, that the true value of these galas isn't what's given, it's what's displayed. You find the refreshments table, where the punch glows suspiciously bright. A gentleman beside you, bored, tipsy, or both, leans over and mutters, "If every duchess who built a hospital actually visited one, we'd have fewer funerals." You chuckle softly. "You're not wrong." He winks. "Don't tell them I said so. My wife's hosting a bazaar for chimney sweeps next week." By 10 o'clock, the charitable mood has loosened considerably. The Duchess of Portland, triumphant, leads her guests into the adjoining conservatory for a final round of polite applause and impolite speculation. Candles flicker, gowns rustle, and every smile looks rehearsed. You watch as the Duchess of Bedford exchanges a look with the Duchess of Harborough, one of those long glacial looks that says everything polite words can't. The Duchess of Harborough breaks the silence first. £1,000 is generous, my dear. You must feel quite redeemed." Bedford smiles, perfectly calm. "Oh, I never donate for redemption. I find it rarely takes." A passing reporter, pretending to admire the orchids, scribbles something in his notebook. Tomorrow's papers will be delicious. You drift toward a quieter corner of the conservatory, where the air is thick with the scent of lilies and something else, perhaps ambition's perfume, too sweet to be natural. A young governess, clearly out of place among the jewels, stands nearby, watching the spectacle with wide, uncertain eyes. She whispers to you, "Do they actually help anyone?" You think for a moment. "Yes," you say softly. "But not always the ones they claim to." She nods slowly, understanding more than you expect. The evening ends with a flourish of music and a rain of applause. The guests disperse into the cool night, their carriages lined up like trophies, the air still buzzing with that smug aftertaste of philanthropy. Behind you, a footman begins to extinguish the candles one by one. The glow fades and the scent of wax fills the air. For a moment, the silence feels almost sacred, until you notice a small boy in a porter's uniform gathering the discarded envelopes from the floor. He opens one, peeks inside, then quickly closes it again. Empty. You sigh, not surprised. Outside, the rain has returned, washing the cobblestones clean of footprints, but not of pretense. The carriages roll away into the mist, each one carrying a duchess convinced she's done her Christian duty for the decade. You pull your cloak tighter and step into the fog, thinking how strange it is that even generosity in this world must compete for applause. And somewhere deep in the city, in a real orphanage with cracked windows and coal dust, a child sneezes in his sleep, unaware that his existence just bought someone's social redemption. By now, you've learned that in the world of Victorian Duchesses, nothing sacred escapes the gentle poison of competition. Not charity, not etiquette, and certainly not correspondence. Letters, you discover, are the veins through which rivalry flows most elegantly. The morning after the gala, the city smells faintly of damp cobblestones and yesterday's hypocrisy. In every drawing-room from Belgravia to Mayfair, quills are scratching furiously across scented paper. Somewhere a maid grinds sealing wax while pretending not to read the opening lines. You find yourself in one such room, small, immaculate, and perfumed with bergamot. The Duchess of Bedford sits at her escritoire, surrounded by a battlefield of stationery. Thick vellum for formal condolences, cream paper for social engagements, pale blue for gossip dressed as gratitude. She dips her quill, pauses, and begins. "My dearest friend, how radiant you looked last evening. Though one cannot help wondering whether crimson truly flatters a complexion so fair." You almost applaud. Each word is sharpened to surgical precision, designed to wound without ever appearing unkind. This is the art form of the Duchess, the invisible insult. The letter continues, winding gracefully through compliments, half-truths, and little detonations disguised as concern. She writes slowly, savouring the symmetry of venom and ink. Historians still debate whether the Victorian letter-writing culture deepened relationships or merely refined deception. Some scholars call it the golden age of female literacy, others the golden age of plausible deniability. You watch her seal the letter with wax, press her crest into it, and hand it to her lady's maid. "Send this to the Duchess of Marlborough," she says lightly, "and take care that her butler knows it arrived personally." The maid curtsies and disappears. The Duchess exhales, a soft sigh, part satisfaction, part strategy. "I do adore correspondence," she murmurs. "One may speak more truthfully on paper than in conversation, provided one lies beautifully enough." You can't help but smile. Across town, in a sunlit parlour filled with roses and tension, the Duchess of Marlborough receives that very letter. She recognises the handwriting instantly. Her lips tighten, the faintest movement, like a cat scenting another's territory. She opens it slowly, her fan flicking rhythmically, and reads. The smile she gives when she finishes is almost imperceptible, but it's the kind that promises retaliation. "Harriet," she says to her companion, "please bring me my ivory stationery, the thick one, and the lilac ink." Harriet nods. The war continues. You drift closer as she writes, her quill gliding with deliberate elegance. Her version of vengeance is subtler, colder. "My dear Duchess, how kind of you to inquire after my complexion. I must say your concern for my colouring is only matched by your remarkable sensitivity to changing fashions. Tell me, does one truly find Parisian influence so quickly? Or must one first consult the Times?" Perfect. You can almost hear the paper smile. Letters like these crisscross London daily, forming an unseen web that binds and strangles the upper class in equal measure. Some carry news, some carry poison, and some, deliciously, carry both. The postmen become unintentional accomplices delivering words that can topple reputations more efficiently than scandal sheets. In one infamous case, a duchess supposedly bribed a postmaster to delay her rival's invitation to a royal garden party, ensuring humiliation by absence. Historians still argue whether it truly happened, but even the rumour itself is a testament to the power of the post. Sometimes, though, letters mean more than manipulation. Hidden between flirtations and feuds are glimpses of vulnerability, little cracks in the marble facade. In the British Library today, you can find letters written by duchesses whose words tremble between loneliness and restraint. "I envy the milkmaids," one confessed. They rise early, work hard, and sleep without rehearsing their smiles. But such honesty rarely left private drawers. In public, every note remained armour. As the day unfolds, you follow the trail of ink across the city, to boudoir, studies, and secretaries' desks. The air hums with correspondence, invitations, excuses, apologies, provocations. One duchess sends flowers accompanied by a note reading, "For your recovery," though I hear the malady was not so grave as reported. Another dispatches an unsigned card containing only the words, "Your absence last night was noticed." Each message is a chess move, each reply a counter-stroke. By evening, the first letters begin to circle back, replies sealed, delivered, opened under candlelight. The cycle renews, endless and exquisite. You sit beside the window of Bedford House as the Duchess reads her latest delivery. The candlelight gilds her cheekbones, softening her sharpness for just a moment. She opens the letter from Marlborough, scans the page, and gives a single, almost imperceptible laugh. She's learning, she says, but she still overwrites her metaphors. Then, with the calm of a general reviewing maps, she folds the letter, places it in a drawer, and locks it. You notice the key, a delicate gold one, hanging from a chain at her neck. That drawer, you realize, holds a history more volatile than any war archive, decades of alliances, betrayals, flirtations, and regrets. The secret correspondence of an empire built on handwriting. And somewhere in that stack of folded paper, sealed with wax and irony, lies a truth these women would never admit aloud. They are brilliant strategists, trapped in a society that calls their cunning charm. The fire crackles softly. Outside, London sighs into dusk. The Duchess sets down her pen, stretches her hands, and smiles faintly. "Ah," she murmurs, "the mail will keep us all alive, or at least entertained." You step back into the hallway, the scent of ink following you like perfume. Servants glide past, carrying trays of correspondence destined for other salons, other smiles, other traps. You can almost see the paper wings fluttering through the city, 1,000 letters flying like doves armed with daggers. By now, you've come to understand that silence was never the only weapon in a duchess's arsenal. Some wielded words on paper, others, bolder, braver, or simply more desperate, wielded them in print. It begins quietly, as most revolutions do. You're in a bookshop off Grosvenor Street, the kind that smells of dust and damp paper, where the clerk looks startled whenever a woman enters alone. But tonight you're here not for poetry or prayer books, but for something infinitely more subversive, the published works of a duchess. Her name, whispered half admiringly and half scandalously across every drawing-room in London, is the Duchess of Summerley. Her husband thinks she spends her nights writing letters of condolence. In truth, she's been publishing serialized stories under a pen name, a lady of means. You open one of her volumes and read the first line. The grandest cages are gilded, but they still echo when you knock. The air around you seems to tighten. It's beautiful, dangerous, and unmistakably female. You glance around, no one's paying attention. You keep reading. Her prose is sharp, unflinching, and laced with wit that would never survive a London dinner table. Her heroines aren't helpless debutantes or angels of the hearth. They're women who observe the hypocrisies of their world with terrifying accuracy. They write, they question, they refuse. It's fiction, of course, technically, but everyone in society knows exactly who she's writing about. The characters are thinly disguised versions of real duchesses, lords, and politicians. The newspapers have begun referring to her anonymously as the ink-stained Duchess. Historians still argue whether the Duchess of Summerley's novels were the first true feminist satire of the Victorian elite or merely gossip printed on fine paper. Either way, they hit London like a scandal wearing a bonnet. You imagine her now in her private study long after midnight. The candles burn low, the room smells faintly of wax and ink. Her hair, usually coiled in perfect propriety, has come loose around her face. On her desk lies a half-finished chapter titled The Tyranny of Tea. She dips her pen hesitates, and writes. Men write histories of empires, women write histories of dinner tables. Both are equally bloody. You smile. It's said she hides her manuscripts beneath a false drawer, disguised as embroidery supplies. Her husband suspects nothing or pretends not to. Perhaps he senses that whatever she's doing behind that locked door, it makes her more formidable, not less. One evening, at a dinner hosted by the Duchess of Bedford, someone brings up her mysterious pseudonym. "I do wonder," says Lady Fitzwilliam, her tone dripping honey, "whether this lady of means might be one of our own. The writing's too elegant for a governess, don't you think?" The Duchess of Harborough raises an eyebrow. "Or perhaps too venomous for a man." Laughter ripples around the table, but the undercurrent is unmistakable. They're terrified and thrilled that one of their own has found a voice sharp enough to draw blood in ink. The Duchess of Summerley herself sits quietly at the far end, sipping her wine, her expression a perfect mask of boredom. "I suppose," she says mildly, "if one can't win the game, one might as well write the rule book." A few ladies chuckle nervously. The men predictably miss the point entirely. What the public doesn't know, and what you, invisible observer, now see, is that her work is changing the game itself. A generation of women begins to read her serialized stories in secret, their pages hidden behind embroidery hoops or Bible covers. Young girls start quoting her lines with the kind of reverence usually reserved for scripture. One of her most famous chapters ends with this: "Obedience is the most fashionable vice, and fashion, as you know, changes every season." Within months, the Queen's advisers are whispering concerns. Caricatures of the ink-stained Duchess begin appearing in newspapers. Quills for swords, bonnets for helmets. Men call her dangerous. Women call her daring. And then, inevitably, the backlash. Her publisher is pressured to reveal her identity. Rumours spread that her husband has forbidden her to write. One London paper claims she's fled to France for her health. Another insists she's in Italy, seeking inspiration. The truth, as usual, is quieter and far more interesting. She hasn't fled anywhere. She's in her library still writing. Her lady's maid guards the door. Her butler intercepts the post. And every week another installment of her serialized story appears unsigned but unmistakable. She writes of duchesses and drawing rooms, of charity galas and secret debts, of loneliness behind diamonds. She writes of power, the kind women wield in whispers because they're denied it in words. And though she will never say it aloud, she writes of herself. Historians still debate what finally silenced her. Some say the Queen's circle intervened, others think her husband destroyed her drafts. One even suggests she stopped because she realized the act of writing, of being heard, was rebellion enough. But you prefer to imagine her differently, still seated at her desk, quill in hand, smiling faintly as she pens her final line. If a duchess must be silent, then let her silence make noise. You close the book in your hands. The shop is quiet, save for the ticking clock and the rain beginning again outside. You replace the volume on the shelf and step out into the grey London afternoon, the words still echoing in your mind. As you walk down the street, you catch sight of a woman in a carriage, her gloved hand holding a small book, bound in blue cloth, the same title you just read. She notices you watching and gives the smallest, most dangerous smile. It seems the Duchess's words have already escaped. You find yourself walking through the manicured serenity of a country estate again. Not Harborough this time, but a smaller, more secretive place, the gardens of Ainsworth Hall. Here, rivalry wears roses instead of jewels. The air smells faintly of damp soil and deliberate envy. The Ainsworth Gardens are famous. The Duchess herself, Eleanor, tall, severe, a horticultural tyrant, has spent the past 10 years cultivating them not for beauty, but for power. To the untrained eye, it's all perfectly harmless: trellised vines, boxwood hedges, fountains murmuring the language of leisure. But to the women of her circle, every flower bed is a challenge, every arrangement a statement. You wander along the gravel path and overhear the guests: 3 duchesses, 1 marchioness, and an earl's daughter who looks as though she's already regretting the invitation. "Oh, Eleanor's roses are magnificent," one says, clutching her parasol like a weapon. "Yes," replies another, "though I heard she imported them from France. How brave, given their history of revolutions." A delicate laugh follows. The Duchess of Ainsworth doesn't turn, she doesn't have to. Her garden answers for her. The Victorians adored their symbolic gardens. Floriography, the language of flowers, was practically an emotional code: roses for love, lilies for purity, ivy for fidelity, foxglove for insincerity. The Duchess knows this better than anyone. Her rivals see only beauty. You see strategy. Historians still argue whether her gardens were true art or disguised social warfare. But as you walk past a bed of marigolds, envy, hyacinths, jealousy, and an oddly large patch of aconite, beware, you suspect the truth is both. You stop beside a fountain shaped like a Grecian nymph. Beneath it grows a carefully arranged cluster of violets and heather. Faithfulness and admiration, you recall from one of those Victorian handbooks. The Duchess herself kneels nearby, pruning with near religious precision. She glances up at you with a small, polite smile. "Every flower," she says, "has a reputation, just like every woman. The trick is deciding which to nurture and which to prune before anyone notices." You shiver, though the air is warm. Around you the guests stroll politely, murmuring compliments that sound like veiled insults. Lady Bexley admires the topiary. "How perfectly restrained," she says, meaning sterile. The Duchess of Portland praises the orchid house, adding, "Though, of course, I've never had the patience for such fragile things." The Duchess smiles sweetly. "No, my dear, you never have." It's marvellous, really, the art of saying everything while saying nothing. She rises, dusts her gloves, and leads you to the conservatory, a glass cathedral glowing with light. Inside, the air is warm and wet, the scent of tropical flowers clinging to your hair. Birds of paradise bloom beside ferns and camellias. It feels like stepping into another country entirely, one where Eleanor Ainsworth rules unchallenged. In the centre of the conservatory sits a small table laid for tea. Silver gleams, pastries glisten, and even the teacups seem to curtsy. "Do sit," she says. "I've saved my most interesting blend for last." You take your seat, noticing the teapot, enamelled with painted thistles, a Scottish symbol, curious. She pours the amber liquid steaming between you. "Did you know," she says conversationally, "that in Roman mythology garden rivalry was considered divine? Flora and Pomona, always outdoing each other in fruit and bloom." You smile faintly. "And who won?" "No one," she says with quiet pleasure. "But they made sure everyone remembered the contest." Her guests laugh too loudly, and you can tell they've lost track of whether they're admiring or surrendering. The Duchess doesn't just cultivate flowers, she cultivates myth. You sip your tea, it's fragrant, with a curious bitter undertone. "Bergamot and something else?" "Verbena," she says, "for clarity. I find it helps one see things as they are, rather than as they're presented." You wonder if that's meant as advice or warning. Beyond the glass walls, the gardeners move like shadows, trimming and sweeping. You watch one young man carry a basket of clipped flowers toward the compost heap. Roses, mostly, the rejects. Even beauty has its refuse. The Duchess notices your gaze. Perfection, she murmurs, requires sacrifice. Flowers, reputations, friendships, it's all pruning in the end. There's something hypnotic about her candour. Most duchesses lie gracefully. Eleanor Ainsworth tells the truth as if it's another form of cruelty. And yet you sense something else beneath her composure, a quiet loneliness perhaps, the sort that grows in people who spend too long cultivating control. Later, as you walk the grounds again, the garden seems to shift around you, every flowerbed a confession, every path a power line. You pause beside a sundial engraved with Latin, Tempus tacitum vincit omnia. Time, silent, conquers all. It feels less like a motto and more like a prophecy. As you're leaving, one of the housemaids hurries past with a basket of withered blooms. You notice she's clutching something else too, a folded scrap of parchment tucked discreetly among the stems. She catches your glance and looks terrified. "From the greenhouse?" you ask gently. She nods, then lowers her voice. "It's from the Duchess, for the Duke." But she won't send it through the post. Says too many eyes read what isn't theirs. You think of all the letters you've seen sealed, opened and weaponized. Does he read them? She hesitates. I think she writes them for herself. The girl walks away, and you're left standing between rows of immaculate roses, realizing that even here, even in this sanctuary of order, loneliness finds a way to bloom. That night, you dream of the garden again. But in your dream, the flowers whisper names you can't quite make out, and the Duchess stands among them, pruning with that same gentle, merciless grace. When you wake, you can still smell the verbena. By the time you return to London, the fog tastes of coal and gossip. The season has reached its boiling point. Carriages clatter endlessly down Bond Street. Milliners work by candlelight, and every duchess worth her diamonds is preparing for the London season showdown, the grand unspoken contest of entrances, appearances and triumphs that will crown one woman as society's reigning sun, for a few fleeting weeks at least. You stand near the edge of Hyde Park, watching the line of carriages that begins before dawn. The horses snort, the plumes bob, and each duchess inside pretends she isn't competing for visibility. You know better now. Everything is strategy, even leisure. The London season was supposed to be about court presentations, charity and music. In practice, it's about geography, who stands closest to the Queen's box at the opera, who is seated near the Prime Minister at dinner, who dares to arrive a moment after everyone else to be seen last, not first. The first event of the week is the much-anticipated Mayfair Spring Ball, hosted by the Duchess of Manchester, a woman so famously punctual that the gossip columns jokingly set their watches by her invitations. You arrive early, slipping into a ballroom shimmering with chandeliers and mirrored walls that make ambition look infinite. The air smells of wax, powder, and the mild terror of being noticed too little or too late. The duchesses float in like ships, each one rigged with silks and confidence. Their husbands drift behind them, ornamental, irrelevant. The Duchess of Portland's gown gleams white and severe, trimmed with pearls that glint like moral superiority. The Duchess of Marlborough, still nursing her literary feud, arrives in midnight blue velvet, a silent manifesto of defiance. The Duchess of Bedford, poised and radiant, wears silver, an impossible shade that catches the light and everyone's envy. And then there's the newcomer, Lady Caroline Mordaunt, recently elevated to Duchess of Somerset through marriage and rumour. Her gown, pale gold, almost indecently luminous, makes the others look like ghosts. She moves with the fearless grace of someone who hasn't yet learned the rules, which makes her, ironically, more dangerous than any of them. The musicians strike up a waltz and the parade begins. It's all a game of positioning. Partners are chosen not by affection, but by implication. A duke's daughter dancing with the wrong marquis could ignite speculation lasting months. The choreography of status must be perfect. You watch the Duchess of Bedford glide past the Duchess of Portland, both smiling, both murmuring polite endearments, both clearly measuring each other's proximity to the Queen's representative at the far end of the room. "Do you ever tire of it?" you ask, quietly, to no one. The answer comes in the form of a laugh nearby, low, wry, and unmistakably female. You turn to find the Duchess of Somerset herself, holding a glass of champagne and watching the crowd like a general reviewing troops. "Tire of it?" she repeats. "My dear, this is the war, and the uniforms are simply prettier." Her confidence is unsettling, magnetic. She's new, yet she commands attention without effort, a quality that terrifies her rivals precisely because it can't be imitated. Historians still argue whether Lady Caroline's rise was pure charm, manipulation, or sheer accident of timing. Some say she seduced influence itself, others claim she simply refused to be intimidated. Either way, she was the storm that scattered an entire social order. You follow her as she moves through the room, pausing just long enough near each rival to make conversation seem accidental and dominance seem natural. Her laughter is the perfect volume, noticeable but never vulgar. Even the Queen's private secretary, known for his disdain of theatrics, pauses to bow. The older duchesses take note. You can almost hear their fans snapping open like shields. At midnight, the grand supper is served. Every seat is a political statement. The Duchess of Bedford finds herself placed just slightly down the table from the Duchess of Somerset, close enough to converse, far enough to insult by omission. The soup course becomes warfare disguised as etiquette. "I heard," Bedford says lightly, "that you've acquired the Countess of Grantham's portraitist. How splendid! He has such a talent for making the ordinary seem extraordinary." Somerset smiles, unbothered. "Indeed, though I find the extraordinary rarely needs embellishment." The silverware trembles, the men pretend not to notice. A few seats away, the Duchess of Portland whispers to the Duchess of Marlborough, "She'll overplay her charm. They always do." Marlborough replies, "Perhaps, but sometimes the orchestra stops before anyone realizes who's conducting." You find yourself admiring the way they spar, not in shouts or slaps, but with vocabulary and posture. Every word is double-edged, every toast a test. Later, as the candles burn low and the orchestra plays its final set, the Duchess of Somerset performs her coup de grâce. She takes the floor alone, not to dance but to sing. A hush falls. Her voice, clear, trained, startlingly intimate, fills the ballroom. The song is an old one, Italian, about love and betrayal. Her accent is flawless, her delivery effortless, and just as the final note fades, she smiles, at no one in particular, and everyone at once. Applause erupts, some genuine, some reluctant. The Duchess of Bedford claps slowly. The Duchess of Portland fans herself, muttering something about impropriety. The Queen's secretary bows again, lower this time. In that instant you realize the newcomer has won, not through lineage or wealth, but through audacity. She's broken the invisible rule of Victorian womanhood, to be admired but never memorable. When the carriages roll away at dawn, London's social hierarchy has subtly shifted. A new sun has risen, and the older stars, though still shining, have dimmed. You walk home through the pale morning fog, the sound of hooves fading behind you. Somewhere in the distance, Big Ben chimes 6. You can't help but smile at the irony. All this glitter, all this precision, all this exhaustion just for a few hours of applause before the gossip resumes. The season, you think, isn't about beauty at all. It's about survival in plain sight. And as the first newspaper boys begin shouting headlines about last night's triumph, you know that somewhere, in 100 parlours across London, rival duchesses are already plotting their next move. Morning breaks through a haze of coal smoke and leftover perfume. You wake to the rhythm of carriage wheels echoing down Pall Mall, and for a brief, dizzying moment you could swear the entire city is hungover on silk and ambition. The newspapers arrive still warm from the press, their ink smudging under eager fingers. And there it is, splashed across the society page like the aftermath of a duel. The Duchess of Somerset enchants London. The headline lands like a cannonball wrapped in velvet. Beneath it, a smaller subheading. Certain established ladies of rank appear less radiant in comparison, which in the coded cruelty of Victorian journalism is as lethal as any public execution. You imagine the other duchesses at breakfast, each in her own palatial cage, reading that same column, smiling thinly and pretending not to care. But rivalry leaves its marks not on the face, but on the appetite. Somewhere a spoon trembles in an otherwise steady hand. Somewhere else, a lady's maid receives instructions to prepare something rather more impressive for the opera next week. You fold the paper, the ink still damp. In the empire of appearances, one compliment printed is worth 1,000 whispered. Yet, as quickly as a duchess rises, she can fall. The Queen's favour, the invisible sun around which all orbit, burns as easily as it blesses. Tonight, you've been invited to Windsor for a select gathering. Those two words are both privilege and peril. Royal invitations are never casual. They're curated experiments in hierarchy. The train from London to Windsor cuts through fog and pasture, the fields passing like slow-moving ghosts. When you arrive, the castle looms above you, an ancient stone colossus draped in ivy and imperial expectation. Inside, the air is heavy with beeswax and formality. Everything gleams, the silver, the marble, even the silence. The Queen's drawing-room feels smaller than you imagined, though perhaps that's only the effect of her presence. Victoria herself sits beneath a portrait of Albert, her posture stiff, her mourning black softened by lace. Around her, the duchesses form a glittering half-circle, like constellations, pretending not to compete for light. Her Majesty speaks sparingly. Every word, every glance carries the precision of a scalpel. "So," she says in that famously measured voice, "I have heard that the London season was spirited." The Duchess of Portland offers the first bow. "Indeed, ma'am, the Duchess of Somerset's debut has set quite the example." You see it? The flicker in Victoria's eyes. Approval, curiosity, amusement, no one can tell. "Ah, yes," the Queen murmurs, "youth, it does enjoy making an entrance." The silence that follows is exquisite. The Duchess of Somerset, seated nearest the fire, smiles with perfect humility. "Your Majesty is kind. I only seek to serve by adding brightness where I can." It's a risky phrase, too poetic for the setting, too easily read as presumption. The Queen's gaze hardens just slightly and the room holds its breath. Historians still argue about what happened next, whether the Queen was genuinely irritated or merely performing that famous frostbitten restraint. What's certain is that the following morning's papers printed a new rumour. Her Majesty finds certain young duchesses too fond of attention. And that was enough. By dusk, invitations began vanishing from Somerset's doorstep, like tides receding from the shore. Her triumph had lasted 72 hours, glorious, incendiary, fatal. You see, royal favour is an unpredictable wind. It can carry a woman to unimaginable heights, then drop her without ceremony. The court's proximity to the throne offers warmth and visibility, but also exposure. And as every duchess learns, exposure is simply another word for danger. You wander through Windsor's corridors later that evening, watching the ladies glide past tapestries of battles long forgotten. Their footsteps echo in perfect rhythm, obedient, reverent, wary. The Queen dines privately now, and the remaining duchesses whisper among themselves, soft as moths circling a candle. "Did you see her expression?" one murmurs. "Perhaps it was only the light," says another. "Perhaps," says the first, "but light can be terribly revealing." You suppress a smile. Even here, even under royal ceilings, rivalry never dies. It simply curtsies. A footman ushers you into the gallery, where portraits of past queens watch from their gilded frames. Elizabeth, Anne, Charlotte, all painted in their armour of silk and symbolism. You imagine them whispering to one another in the still air. The game never ends, only changes costume. Later that night, after the guests retire, you pass the Duchess of Somerset alone in the corridor. Her face is pale, but her composure perfect. She pauses by a window overlooking the moonlit courtyard. "Funny, isn't it?" she says softly, not turning. "You spend months learning how to be visible, and then one look from Her Majesty teaches you the art of invisibility." You want to comfort her, but she doesn't need pity, only time. "She'll forgive you," you say. The Duchess's smile is small, deliberate. "Perhaps. But forgiveness is just another word for forgetfulness, isn't it? And neither lasts long." She looks out the window again. The reflection of her tiara glimmers faintly in the glass, like a crown trying to remember its own light. The next morning, she leaves Windsor quietly, claiming ill health. By the time the papers mention her again, it's in the past tense, a promising debut now regrettably withdrawn. The other duchesses breathe easier. You realize, as your carriage rolls away from Windsor's gates, that the Queen's favour is less a blessing than a mirror. It reflects what each woman already is, ambitious, fragile, aflame. And when it turns away, all that brilliance folds back into shadow. The rain begins again, soft but relentless. London waits ahead, hungry for its next spectacle. You close your eyes and think, how curious that so many of history's grandest rivalries could depend on something as fleeting as a royal glance. You return to London with the echo of Windsor still ringing in your mind. The soft, deliberate cruelty of royal disapproval, the polite panic of duchesses realizing their invitations, have quietly vanished. In the wake of Somerset's fall, society settles into a fragile equilibrium, the kind that only exists when everyone is pretending not to notice who's missing. The newspapers move on within days. London has no patience for faded triumphs. It needs new scandals to feed its appetite. By the end of the week, the Duchess of Bedford is back in print, this time for her dazzling supper featuring an Italian tenor whose voice melted even the frostiest hearts. You can almost hear the Queen's weary sigh from Windsor. Tonight you find yourself not in a ballroom, but in a private drawing room. Small, candlelit, too intimate for the kind of smiling warfare you've grown used to. The Duchess of Portland sits beside the fire, her fan idle in her lap, her voice lowered to a conspiratorial murmur. Across from her, the Duchess of Bedford leans forward, her eyes bright with calculation. Between them sits a tray of untouched tea, cooling like a peace treaty. Both women know they'll break before morning. It's strange, this moment. Two women who have spent years circling each other like rival planets, now bound by temporary alignment. There's something almost tender about it, though you know tenderness in this world is always tactical. "You understand," says Bedford softly. "We can't afford another Somerset." Portland nods. Too young, too bold. She forgot that favour is a leash, not a crown. They exchange a glance. One of those perfectly silent conversations only long-time rivals can have. "She'll recover," Bedford adds, almost kindly. They always do, but she won't dance in the Queen's shadow again. You listen, fascinated. This is the real architecture of power, not the fanfare, not the diamonds, but these quiet, strategic conversations behind closed doors. A log in the fire pops. For a moment, the light flickers across their faces, and you see not beauty, not rivalry, but fatigue. Historians still argue whether Victorian duchesses ruled through charm or manipulation, but sitting here, you suspect it was something else entirely. Endurance. The sheer, exhausting art of surviving in a system designed to praise your restraint and punish your ambition. Of course, Portland says, there's the matter of alliances. We'll need to be careful. Manchester still blames me for the guest list at Balmoral. Manchester blames everyone, Bedford says dryly. It's her only consistent hobby. You stifle a laugh. They catch it anyway and almost smile. A brief, human crack in the porcelain. The butler enters with fresh candles and discreetly refills the teapot. As he withdraws, the conversation shifts again. Lower, sharper, quieter. She has letters, Portland says, from a certain gentleman. If they were to reach the papers... Bedford frowns. I hope they won't. She's reckless, not suicidal. She's young, Portland replies, which is nearly the same thing. For a long moment, the only sound is the ticking of a gilt clock on the mantel. Then Bedford exhales slowly and sits back. I do sometimes wonder, she murmurs, whether we've mistaken fear for morality. It's an astonishing sentence, almost too honest to survive in this room. You glance at Portland, expecting scorn. Instead, she nods, expression unreadable. Perhaps, she says. But morality keeps one's name out of the morning papers. That's close enough to sainthood. Outside, you can hear the faint sound of carriage wheels splashing through puddles. Late visitors leaving other drawing rooms, carrying other secrets. You realize you've stumbled into something delicate, even dangerous. An alliance formed not from trust, but necessity. Rivalries sometimes require pauses, the way duels require breath between strikes. And for a while, the two duchesses simply sit there, staring into the fire. Their reflections shimmer in the glass of the framed portraits behind them. Generations of women looking down, as if in judgment or warning. Then Portland speaks again, her tone light, but her eyes sharp. You know, my dear, if we keep meeting like this, people will talk. Bedford laughs quietly. They already do. But if they're talking about us, at least they're not talking about someone else. A shared smile, thin, knowing, almost conspiratorial. You leave the room before the conversation turns back to strategy, the air thick with the perfume of truce. In the hallway, the portraits seem to follow you. Endless generations of noble women painted in resignation and lace, each one pretending not to know how the game is played. Downstairs, the servants' corridor hums faintly. You catch snippets of conversation. The cook gossiping about wages, a maid whispering about a cousin in service at Devonshire House. Even here, in the veins of the household, information flows like blood. You pause beside a window overlooking the rain-slick street. The gas lamps shimmer in the puddles. The sound of hooves echoes like a heartbeat. It strikes you that this world, all of it, runs on rumour and reflection. What's real barely matters. What's believed decides everything. Later, as you walk home through the mist, you think about the Duchess of Somerset, her brief, brilliant rise and quiet fall. Somewhere she's probably staring at her own reflection in a mirror, wondering which version of herself the world will remember, the triumph or the silence. And somewhere else, two former rivals sit before a dying fire, sipping cold tea and plotting tomorrow's peace. In a city that thrives on spectacle, they've discovered something rarer than victory, the comfort of being briefly, mutually useful. You pull your coat tighter and smile at the irony. In London, alliances are simply rivalries that learn to whisper. By the time spring softens into early summer, the air in London hums with a peculiar kind of curiosity. Every carriage conversation seems to hinge on a single topic: the Duchess who has, impossibly, befriended a man of science. Her name is Lady Beatrice Alnwick, Duchess of Pembroke by marriage, eccentric by temperament, and recently a source of deep unease among her peers. It isn't that she entertains philosophers or poets, that's been fashionable since Byron's day. It's that she's been seen hosting lectures of all things in her own conservatory, with actual instruments of research scattered among her orchids. The notion of a duchess standing beside a telescope, or worse, holding a beaker, is considered by many to be just shy of madness. You first encounter her at one of these salons, a gathering equal parts scandal and enlightenment. The Pembroke townhouse on Park Lane has been transformed into an improbable laboratory. There are globes, lenses, and strange brass devices that look like musical instruments designed by eccentric angels. The Duchess stands at the centre of it all, radiant in pale green silk, her gloved hand resting lightly on an orrery, the spinning model of the solar system. "Gentlemen," she says, her tone bright and dangerously confident, "if we can map the movements of the planets, we can surely chart the orbit of the human heart." The laughter that follows is polite, but uneasy. Several men shift in their seats. The Reverend Drayton, a guest of uncertain rank but excessive opinions, clears his throat. "A poetic notion, Your Grace, though I suspect the human heart is not inclined to obey celestial laws." The Duchess smiles serenely. "No, Reverend, that's precisely why we must study it." You almost applaud. Later, when the demonstration begins, her guest of honour arrives, a modest man with spectacles and ink-stained cuffs, Professor Lucien Davenant of the Royal Society. His lecture concerns magnetism, but no one listens to the details. All eyes are on Beatrice, who watches him not as a hostess, but as an equal. Historians still argue whether their friendship was intellectual, romantic, or something more radical, a partnership between two minds that refused to obey the boundaries of class and gender. What's certain is that their collaboration sent polite society into convulsions. You stand near the back, watching the duchesses exchange looks of barely concealed horror. One whispers, "She's teaching." Another gasps, "She's thinking." And then the most dreadful phrase of all, "She's enjoying it." The Duchess of Portland, who never misses an opportunity to appear superior, murmurs, "If she insists on philosophy, she should at least do it privately. It's indecent to be clever in public." You bite back a smile. The evening continues with quiet chaos. The Duchess of Pembroke conducts small experiments, a lodestone dancing on a thread, static sparks from silk ribbons. Each spark draws murmurs, each movement a reminder that knowledge, like gossip, travels easily once unleashed. When the guests finally disperse, their expressions are a mixture of awe and anxiety. You linger as Beatrice escorts the professor to the door. "Do you think they'll forgive me?" she asks him softly. He smiles. "Forgiveness requires sin, Your Grace. You've only startled them." Her eyes glitter. "Then I shall make a habit of it." You can't help thinking that line deserves to be embroidered on every duchess's handkerchief. Over the following weeks, the rumours multiply. The Duchess keeps company with a scientist. She reads Darwin. She built her own barometer. The newspapers flirt with outrage. Caricatures show her in a gown made of clockwork, holding a telescope instead of a fan. Even the Queen reportedly remarks, "A woman of learning is like a swordfish in a pond, beautiful, but best admired from a distance." Yet despite the murmurs, others begin to follow her lead. Drawing rooms that once echoed only with gossip now host educational afternoons. Microscopes appear beside tea trays. One duchess commissions a study of seaweed, declaring it fashionably moral. Beatrice's influence spreads quietly, subversively, like ivy on stone. One afternoon, you visit her estate in Sussex, a place more observatory than palace. The Duchess greets you on the terrace, her skirts gathered loosely, her gloves tucked into her belt. She looks for once like a woman unarmoured. "I used to think," she says, gazing toward the distant hills, "that power was proximity, how close one stood to the Queen, to the throne, to the noise. But it's not. It's understanding, the ability to see what others refuse to look at." Her voice softens. Lucienne says, "Knowledge has no gender. Only resistance does." You walk with her through the gardens. No flower politics here, only instruments and small meteorological devices ticking softly in the breeze. She points to a barometer. "It drops before a storm," she says. "I rather like that. A warning, not an apology." A faint smile touches her lips. "We women are barometers too, sensitive to pressure, quick to change with the weather, but no one ever thinks to read us properly." The afternoon wanes. She pours you tea herself. No servants hovering, no performance. "Do you know what frightens them most?" she asks. Not that I might outshine them, but that I might make them curious. Once a woman begins to ask why, she's impossible to govern politely. You look at her and realize she's not merely rebelling, she's redefining what rebellion means. Historians will later call her eccentric, maybe revolutionary. They'll forget the small human details, her hands stained faintly with ink, her laughter when an experiment goes wrong, the quiet defiance in the way she signs her name on a letter without waiting for her husband's approval. As you leave, dusk settles over the estate. Behind you, her voice carries faintly through the open windows. "Gentlemen, let us begin. Tonight's subject, light that travels farther than permission." You smile into the evening air. And somewhere, back in London, a rival duchess sips her tea and mutters, "Poor Beatrice, so clever she'll talk herself into exile." But you know better. Some revolutions begin with fire, others begin with curiosity, and Beatrice Alnwick, Duchess of Pembroke, has already lit the fuse. London awakens one morning to find the satire shops emptied of lace caricatures and filled instead with ink. Columns, sketches, pamphlets, all of society suddenly stares at itself through the cruel mirror of the illustrated press. You realize that gossip has become mass-produced. The era of caricature has begun. Every Thursday, new issues of Punch, Vanity Fair, or the Illustrated London News appear in shop windows. In them, duchesses are drawn with noses like spear points, fans like weapons, and shoulders hunched beneath impossible tiaras. The public adores it. Aristocratic rivalry, once whispered behind gilt doors, now spills onto paper for a penny a page. You stand before a bookseller's stall watching Londoners laugh. Clerks, maids, errand boys, all giggling at the latest drawing, the Duchess of Bedtime and the Battle of the Bonnets. In the sketch, two women clearly modelled after Bedford and Portland stand in exaggerated corsets tugging opposite ends of a fan labelled Royal Favour. "Disgraceful," mutters a gentleman beside you. "Though," he adds, purchasing 2 copies, "the likeness is quite remarkable." The printing press, you think, has done what no monarch could, made the upper class entertaining. Inside Bedford House, the subject is not so amusing. The Duchess paces before her mirror, the paper crumpled in her hand. "They've made me look cross-eyed," she fumes. "I do not squint when I'm thinking." Her companion, the ever-composed Duchess of Portland, examines the sketch calmly. "At least they've made me taller." "You're wearing a goose on your head." "A swan," Portland corrects. symbolic of grace. You nearly laugh, though the truth beneath their indignation isn't funny at all. Caricature steals the one thing these women guard most carefully: control of their image. For the first time, they're being watched by people who don't need their invitations. Historians still argue whether the rise of illustrated satire democratized society or simply found a new way to humiliate it. But for the Duchesses, it's personal. Their rivalries, once elegant and invisible, now hang in shop windows between advertisements for soap and corsets. One cartoon in particular, The Duel of the Duchesses, becomes infamous. It shows two noble women in a garden, armed not with pistols but with parasols, each labelled virtue and vanity. Beneath it, the caption reads, 10 paces, 2 curtsies, no survivors. The Queen reportedly finds it in poor taste, though her private secretary keeps a copy in his desk. You visit the offices of Punch one rainy afternoon, curiosity getting the better of you. The editor, a round man with ink on his cuffs and humour in his eyes, welcomes you with surprising candour. It's not cruelty, he insists, gesturing toward a stack of sketches. It's education. We show them to themselves. And if they don't like what they see, you ask? He shrugs. Then they can stop being ridiculous, but they won't. The artist himself, a wiry man with stained fingertips, flips through his portfolio. They pose for me, you know, he says. Not literally, but in spirit. They parade down Pall Mall every day as if begging to be drawn. He pauses, smiles crookedly. And I oblige. You watch him shade a curl of hair, then a smirk, then the outline of another duchess's gloved hand poised over an inkwell. The resemblance is uncanny. When you leave the office, you notice a new sketch already posted in the window. It's labelled A Study in Silken Secrecy. The subject, unmistakably the Duchess of Pembroke, peers through a telescope while tiny, caricatured rivals peer back at her through opera glasses. The crowd howls with laughter. You can almost feel the tremor spreading through every drawing room in Mayfair. That evening, the Pembroke household holds a small dinner. Small, meaning 30 guests, most of them terrified to mention the newspaper on the sideboard. The Duchess herself is unbothered. She lifts her glass and says lightly, "At least they've made me thinner." Laughter ripples, nervous but relieved. She's turned ridicule into rebellion. But not everyone has her composure. Across town, another duchess orders every copy of Punch within 3 blocks bought and burned. It only makes the cartoon more famous. You realize caricature has created a new battlefield. Public perception, no longer confined to palaces, Rivalry now performs in print. The next week, a new satire appears. It's titled The Ladies' Gazette of Scandal and Science. The illustration shows a crowd of duchesses around a bubbling cauldron, pouring in ingredients labelled vanity, philanthropy, and unpublished letters. Rising from the steam are faces of well-known men, a poet, a politician, and, scandalously, a certain professor of magnetism. You can practically hear the collective gasp. Within hours, London is split between admiration and outrage. Servants cut out the cartoon and hide it under mattresses. Booksellers sell out by noon. And at Pembroke House, Lady Beatrice herself frames a copy. "It's rather flattering," she tells you when you visit. "They've captured my nose exactly." "But they've accused you of sorcery." She grins. "At least they admit I'm capable of something." For weeks, the satire frenzy continues, each drawing more outrageous, each duchess more determined to appear unbothered. They begin to play the game themselves, leaking tidbits to favoured journalists, staging photo-like sittings for sketch artists, even commissioning caricatures of one another as friendly jokes. The result is a strange transformation. What began as humiliation evolves into theatre. The duchesses, ever resourceful, learn to weaponize ridicule. A particularly cunning example emerges when the Duchess of Bedford sends Punch an anonymous tip that her rival has purchased a clock that chimes Rule Britannia on the hour. The paper prints it, society laughs. The rival retaliates by hosting a dinner where the musicians perform the song every half hour. Tickets for the event sell out instantly. By the end of summer, even the Queen has to admit, if only privately, that caricature has become indispensable. The Duchesses, once symbols of silent grace, are now public icons, endlessly redrawn and reimagined. Historians, centuries later, will look back and call it the age of satirical queens. But tonight, as you walk home through the fog-veiled streets, you think of those ink-stained faces in the paper. Beneath the mockery lies something profound: visibility. For the first time, the Duchesses exist not as background ornaments, but as subjects. Flawed, clever, real. And though they'll never admit it aloud, perhaps some part of them enjoys being seen, even through the cruel eyes of caricature. Because in this world, attention, no matter how barbed, is still the purest form of power. The opera season begins with the kind of anticipation usually reserved for coronations or hangings. And in London, the difference between the two is mostly the price of the tickets. You step through the marble foyer of Covent Garden, and the air is already electric with perfume and speculation. Every duchess in the city has gathered beneath that frescoed ceiling, each armed with fan, opera glass, and a silent strategy. This isn't just music. This is a battlefield set to melody. You find your place in one of the lower boxes, close enough to the stage to see the orchestra tuning, but perfectly positioned to observe the real performance, the one happening in the tiers above. Every opera box is a statement. The Queen's box, of course, is the sun around which all others orbit. Directly opposite sits the Duchess of Bedford, impeccable posture, diamonds arranged like constellations, expression mild but eyes sharp as embroidery needles. To her left, the Duchess of Portland pretends to study her programme, though she's clearly more interested in the movement of her rivals across the room. The Duchess of Pembroke has arrived late, as always, creating a stir of scandalised applause from the gallery. Her gown glimmers faintly under the gaslight. Silver gauze, embroidered with what you suspect are tiny compass roses, a quiet nod to her ongoing love affair with discovery. And in the centre tier, framed by velvet drapes and society's collective curiosity, sits a new face, the Duchess of Somerset, resurrected after months of royal exile. Her reappearance is like lightning striking a pond, quiet first, then chaos. Fans flutter, opera glasses rise like a synchronized salute. Even the orchestra pauses an extra heartbeat before beginning. She's wearing white, not ivory, not cream. White, the colour of defiance disguised as innocence. Her jewels are minimal, her expression serene. And in that stillness you see the genius of it. After months of silence, she has returned not as the fallen favourite, but as the unbothered survivor. Historians still argue whether her comeback was orchestrated by her husband, her allies, or her sheer refusal to vanish. The truth is simpler. She understood the opera box better than any drawing room. It's theatre, pure and ruthless. The Duchesses wage their rivalries through applause, glances, and carefully timed absences. You watch as Bedford leans slightly forward, whispering something to Portland. Both smile faintly, then turn their eyes toward Somerset's box, a duet of politeness and poison. The music swells, Verdi dramatic and unapologetically loud, but the audience barely listens. Every aria becomes background to a subtler performance. Who fans herself too quickly, who turns her head too soon, who dares to look bored. A man behind you mutters, "Society's finest women, not a one of them watching the stage." You glance back. Why should they? They're performing their own opera. He laughs softly. Then I suppose the rest of us are the chorus. The first act ends to roaring applause. The Duchesses rise, not because they wish to, but because someone else already has. The ballet of civility continues. Servants bring lemonade and opera glasses. Conversation buzzes in a dozen accents of envy. You slip quietly into the corridor, curious to see what alliances form when the curtains fall. Near the grand staircase, you catch sight of Somerset herself, surrounded by admirers. The Queen's absence from London has given her room to breathe, and she's using every inch of it. "Oh, my dear Duchess," purrs Lady Fitzwilliam, "how brave of you to appear tonight." Somerset smiles. Bravery, Lady Fitzwilliam, is simply a matter of not waiting for permission. It's the kind of line that will appear in tomorrow's papers. You can almost see the headline. The Duchess returns in triumph and teaches London how to forget. From the upper foyer, you glimpse Bedford and Portland watching her, their expressions unreadable. Allies, adversaries, both perhaps. Rivalries, like operas, thrive on duets. When the second act begins, Somerset remains radiant, poised, unbothered, perfectly aware of every gaze. But by the third, something shifts. A whisper spreads through the boxes, high, faint at first, then louder, like a dissonant note in a perfect symphony. Someone has received a letter. Someone is passing it. And by the time it reaches the lower tier, the rumour is already breathing fire. Her husband has withdrawn his support. The Somerset estates are mortgaged. The Duchess's fortune is, how shall we say, performative. You feel it ripple through the room. Fans flutter faster. Opera glasses tremble. The applause, when it comes, is delayed by half a heartbeat. That's all it takes to become humiliation. Somerset doesn't flinch. She leans back, tilts her head toward the stage, and begins to applaud with slow, regal precision. Louder, longer, defiant, and like a contagion, the others follow. The rumour collapses under the sheer audacity of her composure. For the rest of the night, she reigns untouchable. When the curtain finally falls, applause shakes the hall. The Duchesses descend the marble steps, their jewels flickering like lightning in the gaslight. Somerset moves through them like a ghost through mist, untouchable, unforgettable. Outside, a light rain begins to fall. The carriages line up in disciplined chaos. You catch a glimpse of her reflection in a rain-streaked window as she steps inside, pale, calm, faintly smiling. The other women watch her go. "Do you think she's ruined?" whispers one. "No," says another quietly. "I think she's rewriting the story." You linger as the crowd disperses, the echoes of Verdi still pulsing through the night. It strikes you that these duchesses, rivals, schemers, survivors, are composers in their own right. Their arias are glances, their crescendos timed to gossip, their silences louder than applause. The opera may end at midnight, but their performances never do. As your carriage rattles away from Covent Garden, the city flickers past like a painted backdrop. Gaslight, raindrops, and reflections of women who refuse to vanish. You realize that in this strange, glittering empire, reputation is both stage and song, and every duchess, no matter how wounded, must learn to sing through scandal. Dawn creeps through London, all grey mist and restless pigeons. The newspapers arrive like artillery, fresh gossip fired from Fleet Street to every breakfast table in Mayfair. You unfold the latest issue, expecting the usual harmless malice. Instead, you find a headline bold enough to make even the teacups tremble. A great ball betrayal, shocking scenes at Belvoir House, and just like that, the season's most anticipated event becomes the year's most disastrous legend. The Duchess of Rutland's Midsummer Ball had been planned for months. whispered about like a royal coronation. The guest list read like a census of ambition: 50 titled ladies, 20 statesmen, a prince or two, and half the city's curiosity. Invitations were handwritten in gold ink, sealed with crimson wax. The Duchess had promised an evening of beauty and harmony. She neglected to specify whose harmony. You arrive at Belvoir House the night before as part of the household's outer circle, a phrase meaning you are important enough to observe, but not important enough to affect the outcome. Servants buzz through corridors carrying candelabra and garlands. Footmen polish mirrors until they reflect anxiety. Musicians rehearse waltzes that no one will remember. The Duchess herself, Eleanor Rutland, statuesque and serene, moves among them like a commander inspecting troops. Her gown for the evening, still draped on its mannequin, gleams white with silver embroidery, the kind of dress that silences rooms. She smiles at you faintly. They'll say it's ostentatious, she says, but only the envious call perfection excessive. By morning, the gossip machinery has already begun to purr. A rumour leaks that her rival, the Duchess of Portland, plans to arrive wearing an identical gown. Another claims that a certain marchioness has been deliberately left off the guest list, and most dangerously whispers circulate that the orchestra has been bribed to play a Viennese waltz, considered improper for a British hostess of impeccable loyalty. The stage is set by 8 o'clock that evening. The carriages clog the square like clockwork. Inside, the ballroom shimmers with chandeliers and nerves. The Duchess of Rutland takes her place at the top of the stairs, a goddess in silk, greeting each arrival with a smile measured to the millimetre. The first few dances proceed flawlessly. The guests laugh, the champagne flows, and the Queen's cousin remarks that even the floorboards seem loyal. But beneath the polished surface, something shifts. A footman, too young, too nervous, delivers a sealed envelope to the hostess midway through the third dance. She reads it, blinks once, and pales. Whatever it contains, it's dynamite wrapped in stationery. You catch only a glimpse of the signature. Bedford. Moments later, the orchestra begins a new melody, unexpected, foreign, unmistakable. It's the Viennese waltz. Gasps ripple through the crowd. The Duchess freezes. Her guests exchange scandalized glances. In the hush that follows, Portland steps gracefully onto the floor, gown shimmering in the exact same shade of silver. Every head turns. "Is it the same dress?" someone whispers. "No," says another. "Hers has more jewels." "That's worse." For a heartbeat, time halts. Then, in an act of breathtaking defiance, the Duchess of Rutland descends the staircase, her smile unbroken. "If imitation is the sincerest form of flattery," she says, "then I am deeply honoured." And she begins to dance, alone, elegantly, deliberately, to the forbidden music. It's the boldest move of her career. The room exhales, guests hesitate, then join her one by one, pretending it was all part of the plan. The Duchess of Portland is forced to follow, her triumph dissolving under the sheer audacity of Rutland's poise. For 20 glorious minutes, the betrayal transforms into spectacle. The chandeliers blaze, the strings weep, and the floor becomes a theatre of rivalry disguised as grace. But the night isn't finished with them yet. At the height of the waltz, a sound interrupts, a shattering crash from the buffet room. Laughter falters, conversation stutters, and a servant bursts in, pale as marble. The great crystal swan centrepiece, imported from Venice and rumoured to cost more than some villages, has collapsed, along with the table beneath it. Champagne, fruit, and cream have cascaded across the marble floor like battlefield debris. Gasps, then whispers. Then, inevitably, someone murmurs, "Sabotage!" You push through the crowd in time to see the wreckage, a glittering catastrophe. Among the shards lies a single black feather. Peacock, you think. Portland's emblem. Historians will later insist it was coincidence. The servants swore the feather came from a guest's fan, but that night no one believes in accidents. The Duchess of Rutland surveys the scene with icy composure. "A pity," she says softly. "The swan was never built to share the spotlight." And with that, she signals the musicians to resume. It's genius, really, turning scandal into choreography. The dance begins again, and the crowd, grateful for distraction, follows. The whispers persist, but admiration creeps in among them. By midnight, the crisis has been repackaged into legend. A triumph, one guest declares. A disaster, but beautifully executed, says another. The Duchess accepts their praise as though it were planned all along. Outside, as the carriages line up once more, the fog glows with lamplight and rumour. You catch sight of Portland's carriage first, her face half hidden behind lace, her posture brittle. Then Rutland's, a pale ghost gliding into the night. She leans back against the seat, her smile gone, her hand gripping the ruined edge of her gown where spilled wine has dried crimson. It occurs to you that these women are gladiators wearing gloves, their battles fought with gestures instead of blades. Historians still debate who orchestrated the Great Ball betrayal. Some claim Portland meant to humiliate Rutland. Others believe a third Duchess engineered the entire spectacle, hoping to weaken them both. But you were there, and you saw it differently. In the glitter and the wreckage, what you saw wasn't rivalry, it was resilience. Two women locked in an endless waltz, spinning toward ruin and reinvention, refusing to fall. When you close your eyes that night, the image lingers. The silver gowns, the broken crystal, the faint strains of forbidden music echoing through marble halls. And somewhere between envy and admiration, you begin to understand. For Victorian Duchesses, reputation isn't survival, it's performance art. Morning light creeps over Mayfair like a thief caught in the act. London, still yawning from the Great Ball betrayal, smells faintly of scandal and orange blossom water. You can almost feel the city blinking awake, eager to gossip, rehearse, and revise the story before breakfast. The Illustrated Times runs a sketch of the waltzing duchesses before the ink has even dried. Beneath the drawing, the caption reads, "Grace Underglass, Her Grace of Rutland, triumphs over treachery." It's both praise and mockery, the paper's favourite combination. By the time you reach Bond Street, dressmakers are already discussing the fallout with a kind of reverent awe. "Two duchesses, same gown," says one seamstress. "That's no coincidence. That's choreography." Another adds, "At least they danced. Some ladies would have fainted and blamed the servants." You stop before a window display of parasols. Even the mannequins seem smug this morning. The Duchess of Rutland, meanwhile, hasn't left her house since dawn. Inside her drawing room, sunlight filters through gauze curtains, catching on dust motes and broken sleep. The silver gown, the one that conquered disaster, hangs on a screen beside her, its hem still faintly stained pink where the wine struck. She sits alone, robe wrapped loosely, letters spread before her like tarot cards. One is from the Duchess of Bedford, stiff with formality. "My admiration for your composure last night is as great as my regret that such unpleasantness occurred." Translation, "You've won this round. I hate you beautifully for it." Another note, unsigned but unmistakable, reads simply, "No one falls with such elegance." You can almost see her smile at that one. Her lady's maid, timid but loyal, enters quietly. "Your Grace, shall I have the gown cleaned?" "No," Rutland says, glancing at the stained silk. "Leave it as it is, a reminder." Her tone is gentle, but her eyes are flint. You realize then that victory, for women like her, is never relief, only permission to prepare for the next battle. Historians still argue whether the Duchess of Rutland's composure that night was courage or performance. Some diaries call her impossibly poised. Others describe her trembling as she descended those stairs. But history prefers marble over flesh. The truth, as always, lies somewhere between the fan and the fist. Outside, the social season churns on. Invitations continue to flow like confetti. Charity teas, riding parties, music halls. Yet beneath the polite chatter, the duchesses are restless. Every scandal, every rumour is both a warning and an invitation. If one can seize attention, why shouldn't another? Soon a new trend emerges, what the press cheekily dubs the rival galas. Every week a different duchess hosts her own unmissable event. The Duchess of Bedford begins with an evening of virtue, a lecture on morality, attended mostly for the champagne. The Duchess of Portland counters with the Mask of Modesty, in which no one's costume is remotely modest. Even the quieter ladies join in. Countess this, Marchioness that, each determined to outshine, outdonate, or outdazzle. You attend them all, of course, because curiosity is its own form of loyalty. At Portland's masquerade, the Duchess greets guests in a gown made entirely of peacock feathers, a costume so extravagant that even the footmen forget to blink. If subtlety is sin, she purrs, and then tonight I am positively saintly. At Bedford's soirée, conversation turns philosophical. Dignity, she declares to a circle of eager admirers, is not the absence of scandal, it's the art of outlasting it. You admire her composure, but you can't help noticing how often she glances toward the newspaper folded beside her chair. Meanwhile, the Duchess of Pembroke has turned her Sussex estate into a salon of the intellect. Her evenings feature telescopes, pianists, and, most shocking of all, debates. Guests discuss literature, astronomy, even women's education, topics so daring they're almost medicinal. One night, she tells you, if the Queen disapproves, she may confiscate my telescope, but she cannot make me unlearn the stars. She's right, of course. The Queen rarely interferes directly, but her silence is its own thunder. Soon the pattern becomes clear. While men wage wars with nations, the duchesses wage them with soirees. Each evening a new skirmish, each guest lists a declaration of allegiance. Servants whisper, reporters scribble, and tailors pray for mercy. Even the public begins to take sides. Newspapers coin nicknames. The saint, the scholar, the peacock, the swan. Anonymous letters appear in the press comparing their virtues and vices like racehorses. It's ridiculous, mesmerizing, and somehow glorious. You watch it unfold and realize that what began as rivalry has become art. The duchesses are no longer reacting to gossip, they're orchestrating it. At a ball in mid-July, a poet recites verses comparing their feuds to roses battling for the sun. The crowd applauds, pretending not to notice that each duchess takes it as a personal compliment. Later, you find Rutland standing at the edge of the garden, away from the music. The night air smells of honeysuckle and hidden intentions. She turns toward you, a faint smile playing at her lips. "They think I dance for victory," she says. "But truly I dance to remind them I exist." Her words linger like perfume. You think back to her shattered crystal swan, her silver gown, the stain she refused to erase. You realize she's right. Visibility? That's the real prize. The rest is choreography. When you leave the party, the moon hangs low over the city, pale and perfect as a pearl. The sound of laughter trails behind you, brittle, bright, and infinite. In the papers tomorrow, someone will be praised, someone else will be pitied, and the cycle will begin again. But for tonight, under the hush of the gaslight, and the rain-slick streets, you understand the truth these women already live by. Power doesn't come from being admired, it comes from refusing to disappear. Late summer brings a strange stillness over London, a lull that feels almost conspiratorial. The season's fever has broken, leaving behind the glittering debris of triumphs and humiliations. Carriages no longer crowd Grosvenor Square. The air smells faintly of rain, roses, and exhaustion. But still the Duchesses do not rest. They simply move their wars indoors. Letters arrive on embossed stationery, invitations written in script so elegant it might as well be weaponized. An afternoon of discussion, one reads. Intimate luncheon, says another. Each promises civility, yet everyone knows what these gatherings truly are. Small-scale battlefields disguised as tea tables. You find yourself once again at Bedford House, ushered into a salon so lavishly arranged that even the flowers look rehearsed. There are 6 duchesses present, arranged on settees like an oil painting of mutual dislike. The Duchess of Bedford presides at the centre, calm as a bishop. To her right sits Portland, stiff, sparkling, and somehow perpetually at attention. Pembroke lounges nearby, notebook in lap, every inch the academic insurgent. Rutland, the newly redeemed swan, stirs her tea with surgical precision. A small, uninvited tremor runs through the air. "Ladies," Bedford begins, "we are all aware that recent publications have cast certain circles in an unflattering light." A murmur of agreement, carefully measured indignation, never actual anger. Portland lifts her teacup. "You mean the new novel, The Season in Saturn, I believe it's called?" Bedford's smile tightens. "Yes, a pity when the pen wanders where decorum forbids." Pembroke looks up, eyes gleaming. "Oh, I thought it was delightful. The author must be a genius, or at least a very observant guest." Everyone turns toward her. She doesn't blink. "It's satire, not scandal," she adds. "Besides, if the shoe fits, perhaps one should stop pretending it's glass." You suppress a laugh. No one else dares. For the record, the book is scandalous. Published anonymously, it describes thinly disguised versions of these very women, the Duchess of Shadows, the Duchess of Charity, the Duchess of Science. The plot? A waltz of betrayals, jealousies, and forbidden letters. The press calls it a moral fable. Everyone else calls it a mirror. Historians still argue about who wrote it. Some claim it was an ambitious journalist with good connections. Others insist one of the duchesses herself penned it for revenge. One particularly delicious rumour says the Queen ordered it printed secretly, for amusement. Whatever the truth, the effect is immediate and catastrophic. Rutland sips her tea slowly. "I'm sure none of us believes such filth," she says. "Of course not," Bedford replies sweetly. "Though I did notice that your character had a fondness for wine." The teacup pauses mid-air. Portland glances between them, feigning innocence. "My dear, surely you recognize exaggeration. Why, my character apparently keeps a peacock in her dressing room, as if I would ever—" She stops, realizing, too late, that she does. Pembroke leans back, amused. "It's rather accurate, actually. If I didn't know better, I'd think the author had been sitting among us the entire time." Silence, the heavy kind that hums like thunder before a storm. Rutland breaks it first. Perhaps they were. For a moment everyone looks around, each considering who might have turned observer into author. The eyes, sharp and glittering, land, inevitably, on Pembroke. Bedford's voice softens dangerously. "You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you, Beatrice?" Pembroke smiles, utterly unbothered. "I wish I did. It's rather better written than most sermons." The tension breaks with laughter. Uneasy, high-pitched, but laughter nonetheless. These women are far too well trained to admit suspicion outright. But you feel the shift, the alliances that had begun forming, the uneasy truces between Bedford and Portland, Rutland and Pembroke, fracture again beneath the weight of mystery. When the gathering ends, they part with their usual courtesies, air kisses, promises of correspondence, vows to visit soon. Each carriage that rolls away carries a woman smiling and plotting simultaneously. That night you walk along Piccadilly under a violet sky, replaying their conversation. You imagine the book lying open on hundreds of bedside tables, every lady in London reading it by candlelight, trying to recognize herself and pretending she doesn't. In truth, the novel's brilliance isn't its cruelty, it's its accuracy. It exposes what everyone knows but never says, that behind every graceful curtsy is calculation, behind every alliance, fear. Historians would later write that the season in Satin shook the very foundations of propriety. They'll never admit it also made the Duchesses more interesting. 2 days later, a letter arrives at your lodgings, anonymous, written in perfect handwriting. They think it was me, let them. A woman can only be destroyed so many times before she learns to build fires from the ashes. No signature. But the scent of verbena lingers on the page. You know who wrote it. You picture the Duchess of Pembroke at her desk, candle burning low, ink smudged on her wrist, smiling faintly as she commits the final rebellion of her kind to narrate her world rather than simply survive it. And as you fold the letter, you can't help but think, perhaps this was the plan all along. For years the Duchesses have fought for presence, for control, for light. Now they exist in words immortalized by scandal, and somewhere in that between shame and authorship lies a strange kind of victory. Because in the end, being talked about is still the surest form of power. Autumn settles across England like a silk shawl, muted, beautiful, faintly melancholic. London begins to thin, its gossip, like its trees, sheds layers. The grand houses empty as the carriages roll north, east, west to ancestral estates and countryside retreats where rivalries travel like invisible luggage. You're invited to one such retreat, Northmere Abbey, a sprawling ivy-draped estate belonging to the Duchess of Portland. She calls it a small respite. It is not. It's an exiled parliament of power, a deliberate gathering of women who have nowhere else to perform. You arrive under a sky the colour of pewter. The air smells of wood smoke and damp earth. Footmen unload trunks the size of wardrobes. A maid curtsies, murmuring, "Her Grace has been expecting you." The tone implies, and she expects an audience. Inside, Northmere is all marble and melancholy, corridors lined with portraits, Portland ancestors glaring from their gilt frames, as though perpetually unimpressed by the living. The Duchess greets you in the drawing room, her figure framed by a window overlooking the wild gardens. She looks different here, less polished, more alive. London, she says, offering tea, has forgotten how to breathe. It needs country air or at least distance. Her guests are already assembled, Bedford, Pembroke, Rutland. 3 rivals gathered not from affection, but necessity. Even Somerset has been invited, though she arrives late, trailing a kind of silence behind her. You can feel it immediately, the tension in the air, dense and fragrant as overripe fruit. They're here for what the newspapers have begun calling the autumn circle. The premise, reconciliation, civility, shared reflection. The reality, cautious diplomacy between queens with no thrones left to defend. The fire crackles, tea steams, the conversation begins politely enough. Weather, harvests, the queen's latest decrees. But civility is brittle glass. It cracks the moment truth touches it. Bedford starts first. "I suppose we're all here to prove we can coexist without headlines." Rutland smiles thinly. We've coexisted for years. We simply preferred not to do it quietly. Pembroke leans back, amused. Well, if this is reconciliation, I hope no one's brought forgiveness. It ruins the flavour. Somerset, still serene, murmurs, forgiveness is overrated. Forgetting is far more fashionable. They laugh, together, briefly. For a moment, the rivalry softens into something nearly human. Portland watches them carefully, her expression inscrutable. Perhaps, she says, we should write our own history before someone else does it for us again. The idea lands like a spark in dry grass. Historians still argue about this meeting, whether it truly happened as described in diaries and letters. Some say it was merely gossip, a fabrication of the press. But there are accounts, fragments of notes, unsigned manuscripts that suggest otherwise. What's certain is that for one strange autumn week, these women, once enemies, now reluctant allies, attempted the impossible to define themselves. Evenings at Northmere take on a ritualistic rhythm. The Duchesses dine together by candlelight, their conversations drifting from the scandalous to the philosophical. "What will they remember of us?" Rutland asks one night, idly tracing the rim of her wine-glass. "Everything we wore," says Bedford dryly. Pembroke shakes her head. "They'll remember what we dared, even if they never admit it." Portland stares into the fire. Or perhaps they'll remember nothing at all. History has an unkind habit of misplacing women. Somerset's smile is faint, wistful. Then perhaps we should misplace history first. Outside, the wind howls through the trees. Inside, the air hums with possibility. The next morning, you find them in the library, a cathedral of dust and old paper. Shelves tower to the ceiling. Sunlight filters through tall windows in quiet gold beams. Pembroke sits at a long oak table, ink-stained fingers poised over a blank journal. "If we're to write our story," she says, "we'll need to decide where it begins." Rutland glances at the shelves. "With our mothers, perhaps, or the marriages that caged us. Or the first time someone called us Your Grace and meant it as an insult," says Bedford. Portland smiles faintly. "Then we'll need a great deal of ink." You watch as they begin, hesitant at first, then certain. Words fill the pages, some elegant, some furious. Confessions, reflections, rewrites. They record what the portraits never could, what it felt like to be watched, weighed, and adored only in proportion to obedience. One page reads, "We were not rivals, we were reflections of what was permitted." Another, "Power is a costume that never fits comfortably." And in Pembroke's handwriting, unmistakable. "They will say we were vain. Let them. We were visible." They write for hours. Occasionally they argue. About phrasing, memory, who gets the last word? But there's laughter too. Historians never found the finished manuscript. Some say it was burned by Portland herself, fearing royal reprisal. Others believe it was hidden, locked in one of Northmere's countless secret cupboards, waiting to be discovered centuries later. But in that moment, it doesn't matter. Because for the first time, their rivalry becomes creation, not destruction. That evening, they dine outdoors under a sky swollen with clouds. The air smells of rain and endings. Candles flicker in the wind. A servant brings news. The Queen's carriage has been seen travelling south from Balmoral. Her Majesty is returning to London. The message lands like thunder. "Then this," says Somerset softly, "is our last season." No one corrects her. They all know it's true. When the storm finally breaks, they remain outside, letting the rain fall freely. Diamonds of a different kind. Their silks cling. Their laughter turns wild, unladylike, real. For once, there's no audience, no column, no need to compete. Just the sound of 5 women washing history off their shoulders. Later, as the storm passes and the candles gutter out, You glimpse Portland through the library window. She's holding the journal, running her fingers over the pages before slowly closing it. She looks up and meets your gaze through the glass. For the first time, she smiles, not the practiced smile of society, but something private, unguarded. "History," she mouths, "is listening." You nod. Then write loudly. When the Queen returns to London, the city stiffens as though straightening its spine. Invitations shrink in number. Conversations take on a measured, deferential tone. Newspapers print fewer scandals and more sermons. The message is clear. The monarch has come home and playtime is over. The duchesses, scattered across their respective estates, begin the quiet work of transformation. Gone are the masquerades, the caricatures, the whispered novels. In their place, charity visits, choral recitals, and the gentle choreography of rehabilitation. It's astonishing, really, how quickly a lioness can pretend to be a lamb. You find yourself back in London that winter, walking through a city that feels both familiar and newly tamed. Frost webs the iron gates of Mayfair, and the air smells of coal smoke and caution. At Rutland House, a notice is pinned to the door. Closed for renovations. You suspect she's renovating her reputation instead. At Bedford House, the windows blaze with light again, but the laughter inside is quieter, rehearsed. Rumour has it that Bedford has joined 3 charitable committees and now gives lectures on moral refinement and the Christian household. Her audiences are enthralled. They mistake her calculation for conversion. And Pembroke? She's vanished from society altogether. Some say she's in Italy studying architecture. Others claim she's been banned from court. A few whisper that she's still in Sussex, writing, perhaps continuing the lost manuscript the Autumn Circle began. Historians, of course, will never agree. You receive a letter one morning on rough, unsealed paper. The handwriting is unmistakable, looping, elegant, defiant. They will all forget. That's how power forgives itself. But I haven't. The Queen can reclaim the season, the papers can reclaim the story. But the truth belongs to whoever remembers it first. Tell them I'm still writing. No signature, just a pressed sprig of verbena tucked inside. You fold the letter carefully. The ink has bled slightly as though it travelled through rain. By February, the Queen hosts a royal gala at Buckingham Palace, the event that will determine who has truly survived this invisible civil war. You attend, of course. Everyone who matters does. The ballroom is dazzling, almost obscene in its order. Chandeliers shimmer above rows of diamonds. The scent of lilies mingles with wax and politics. The duchesses are all here, their poise restored, their rivalries powdered over like bruises under makeup. Bedford arrives first, every jewel polished into repentance. She curtsies with the kind of humility only ambition can perform. Rutland follows, radiant in white again, rebirth disguised as purity. Portland, steady as ever, moves with the measured calm of a woman who's learned that control is a more reliable ornament than affection. Somerset returns shockingly after months of silence. Her gown is simple, unadorned, and yet she commands the room like an echo that refuses to fade. You stand near the entrance as the Queen enters, small, solemn and powerful in her mourning black. Conversation dies instantly. Her Majesty speaks little, smiles less, but her eyes, sharp and calculating, miss nothing. She greets each duchess in turn. "Bedford," she says, "your work with the orphans is admirable." Bedford curtsies. "I merely follow your example, ma'am." "Rutland," the Queen says next, "I trust your health has recovered?" Rutland smiles. "Entirely, Your Majesty." "Portland," she adds, "I hear Northmere has become quite the refuge." Portland inclines her head. "Peace, ma'am, is the finest luxury." And then she turns to Somerset, pausing longer than propriety allows. "You've been absent?" Somerset curtsies, her voice calm. I thought absence the kindest way to be remembered. A beat of silence. Then, astonishingly, the Queen smiles. Indeed? The orchestra begins, conversation resumes, and London exhales. It's subtle, but you can feel it, the hierarchy reordering itself, forgiveness by omission, power by survival. Later that evening you step onto the terrace, where the air is cool and sharp. The city glows below, pale under the gaslight. Behind you the music swells, another waltz, another performance. You're joined by Bedford, who leans against the balustrade, watching the night like a woman guarding a secret. "They'll never write it properly, you know," she says softly. "What do you mean?" "Our story. They'll turn it into something sentimental, duchesses and dances, gowns and gossip. They'll forget the thinking, the hunger, the fight. They always do." You look at her, surprised by the edge in her voice. "Then tell it yourself." She smiles faintly. "Oh, I've learned my lesson. The pen is dangerous in our hands." You hesitate. "But necessary?" "Yes," she says, "and that's why they fear it." The wind stirs, tugging at her cloak. Below, the sound of carriages grows faint as guests begin to leave. She straightens her posture, the Duchess once more. "History," she murmurs, "belongs to whoever can stay awake the longest." You watch her disappear into the ballroom, swallowed by candlelight and choreography. And you realize something the papers will never print. These rivalries were never just about vanity. They were rehearsal for freedom, played in lace, rehearsed in whispers, perfected in ink. Somewhere out there, Pembroke is still writing. Somewhere, Rutland still keeps her stained gown as a relic. Somewhere, Somerset's calm is only camouflage. And the Queen, watching them all, knows that control over women like these can never be absolute. Because once rivalry becomes self-awareness, it's no longer rivalry at all. It's history, learning to speak. You find yourself aboard a steamship, salt air in your hair and the hum of the engine underfoot. Modern travel, which the Victorians adored almost as much as scandal. Across the Channel, Europe waits, a continent of palaces, parlours, and fresh stages where English titles are both exotic ornaments and easy targets. Tonight you accompany a duchess abroad, and the rules here are delightfully different. New courts mean new audiences, and new audiences mean new tricks. The duchess you shadow is the sort who notices the small differences, the way Parisian women hold their fans, brazenly, how a Venetian gondolier's laugh carries like a bell, the exact tilt at which a Roman noblewoman will accept a compliment. She travels not merely to see, but to be seen in places where her name has not yet acquired the weight of history. In London, she's a portrait with a hanging nail. In Paris, she's a fresh canvas. That novelty is intoxicating. Mainstream fact, by the mid-19th century, British aristocrats frequently travelled to Paris, Rome, and the German states. Steamships and railways had shrunk Europe into a string of weekend destinations, and courts, from Napoleon III's Paris to the small principalities of Germany, served as theatre for social manoeuvring. Your Duchess exploits that new mobility like a general mastering supply lines. She knows the right salons in Paris, the correct jeweller in Milan, and which Venetian mask will make an English rival look provincial. Joke 1, you also learn that European electricity may be brighter, but continental gossip has an even longer reach. At a Parisian salon, she meets a marchioness from Madrid and an archduchess from Vienna. The conversation flits from opera to politics, everything except direct confession, which remains a rarity. You notice that foreign courts have their own rivalries, often more theatrical than British restraint allows. In Vienna, the archduchess bristles dramatically if you praise a foreign gown, and in Madrid the ladies measure each other by the weight of their mantillas. Our duchess smiles and collects these differences like shells. Historians still argue whether British women abroad adopted continental fashions to show cosmopolitanism or to dodge domestic scorn. Some letters claim it was bravery, others call it calculated defiance. You file both in your mind like postcards you may or may not send later. Joke 2. Think of it as cultural recycling. Why invent scandal when you can import it? A quirky thing lingers at every stop. Europeans adore spectacle. At a masked ball in Venice, your Duchess arranges for a gondola procession lit by lanterns shaped like lilies. A tiny diplomatic coup that gets reported in more than one morning paper. Fringe tidbit. A rumour circulates through the cafes that a duchess once commissioned a Venetian glassblower to make a teacup so thin it sang when struck. Whether true or merely cafe fiction, the story travels faster than you can say coup de théâtre. You tuck it away, rumour is currency abroad as much as at home. You discover that being foreign confers permission to be bolder. In Rome, she talks freely about books she would never mention in a Mayfair drawing room. In Paris, she laughs too loudly at a satirist's joke about the English. Locals delight in taking the measure of an English title. Sometimes they adore it, other times they poke it like a curious insect. The Duchess answers with charm and a carefully calibrated indifference. It is exhausting and brilliant to watch. Travel also brings the practical, the jeweller's ledger, the seamstress's measurements scribbled on hotel stationery, the postal routes that will shuttle letters back to London within a week. The steamship letters you post smell faintly of salt, and the thrill of doing something before the home papers notice. You remember that embroidered handkerchief you once found on a Sussex lawn, the glove that began a rumour, and you realise the same small things travel far. A misplaced fan in a Parisian box is a scandal in 3 languages. Joke 3. It's proof that international relations are mostly needlework with accents. At a royal reception hosted by the Emperor in Paris, the Duchess curtsies like a practised metronome. Yet she also understands the subtle diplomacy. Who to smile at, who to ignore, which anecdote to tell the military minister without sounding like a bore. In the salons you see British titled women, both admired for their manners and gently mocked for their earnestness. The French press paints them as picturesque, and that word is both a compliment and a trap. You learn the face of soft condescension international audiences often bestow when meeting an English duchess who insists on being taken seriously. Backstage politics interest you, the envoy's wife, who quietly arranges seating so an English duchess sits beside a favourable ambassador, the jeweller who discreetly loans a tiara for a night, and then styles the story as a misunderstanding. These are tactics as old as courts themselves. Historians still argue whether such manoeuvres influenced formal diplomacy or remained social theatre. You suspect the answer is both, because even treaties require a sympathetic smile at the right banquet. One evening in Florence you visit a small artisan who carves cameos from shells. He shows you a pocket-sized portrait of your duchess, not yet polished, and you see your own life reflected oddly, a small, finished object made from something rough. The artisan jokes that his portraits reveal the true face of the sitter. You wonder if anyone has told him how often the sitter herself hides. Travel breeds a new kind of companionship too. Your duchess befriends women she would never have met in London, entrepreneurial countesses, exiled princesses, artists who laugh at the idea of proper conduct. These friendships are less about rank and more about curiosity. They teach her different forms of power, influence without lineage, persuasion without title. You note how these foreign alliances subtly alter her tactics back home. She returns with new jokes, a new posture, and a surprising willingness to flout one or two old rules. and yet travel also exposes vulnerabilities. Far from the carved pillars of her country house, she must rely on translators, local currency, and the notoriously unreliable post. She faces language barriers that sometimes twist the tone of a compliment into offence. Once, in a distracted moment at a Bavarian court, she mispronounces a duke's name and offends not only his pride, but his cousin's entire dinner service. It costs her a week of invitations and a very particular kind of regret. You learn that blunders abroad can be mercilessly magnified precisely because they're unusual. In London, a mistake gets swallowed by routine. On foreign ground, it is amplified into myth. There are also small rebellions made possible by distance. One night in Madrid, she slips out to a cafe and listens to a poet read in public, something scandalous in its own gentle way, and returns to her suite a little lighter, carrying a scrap of verse that will later slip into a private letter and then seed a rumour in Mayfair. You understand the dangerous joy of doing something just because the map says you can. Besides all the dances and salons, the Duchess learns to read other nations' gestures. In Germany, hospitality means long dinners where silence is measured and praise is slow. In Paris, the same praise is fast and elaborate. Where one court values modesty, another rewards theatricality. She practices the languages of applause and of omission, storing them like spices in a trunk. When she finally lands back in England, she brings home both souvenirs and strategies. You also notice the young women she meets abroad, daughters of minor nobility, who watch her with equal parts reverence and calculation. They wonder how one might become visible beyond her family's small orbit. Your Duchess, careful not to preach, offers the subtle answer she's learned: curiosity over couture. She encourages study, multilingualism, and, surprisingly, reading novels in the original language. It's half instruction, half contagion. The next generation takes it up like a new fashion. There are, of course, the absurdities. At a German tea, a local baron insists that English duchesses always wear scent like armour. Your Duchess replies that scent is merely a polite way to announce arrival. The baron jokes back that the English speak as if they are always apologising to their chandeliers. Everyone laughs, including you, and the moment dissolves into a shared acknowledgement that manners are less serious when translated. By the time you return to England, you feel subtly different. Your eyes trained to notice the way a Russian countess ties her sash, your ears tuned to the cadence of a French laugh that means interest rather than approval. The Duchess carries with her a cloak of experiences foreign to most London drawing rooms. She parades it not as ostentation, but as an arsenal of options. Historians still argue whether continental travel softened the hard edges of English society or simply furnished it with new toys. You suspect both. The Duchess returns with a portfolio of influence, friends abroad, who may one day praise her in the right ear of a visiting ambassador, a jeweller who will lend her a brooch for a night, a new phrase in Italian that makes her sound both worldly and mysteriously dangerous. You step off the pier, the Thames smelling of coal and old stories, and watch as London swallows her like a familiar harbour. Back home, the season waits. Rivalries simmer. The tapestries and teacups resume their ancient conspiracies. But now there's an extra player on the board. The Duchess, who has seen Europe's stages and learned new ways to act. Her rivals look at her differently. Some with suspicion, some with imitation, and some with the grudging respect of those who recognize that experience can be a kind of weapon. You tuck the memory of that singing teacup and the Venetian lanterns into your pocket, alongside the embroidered glove you never quite returned. The game resumes as it always does, but with fresh rules, and somewhere in the back of your mind the artisan's cameo sits like a small, hard fact. People are polished by travel whether they like it or not. When the Duchess returns from the continent, she brings the weather with her, warmth, storm, and the unmistakable scent of change. London in early spring feels restless, as if the city itself has grown impatient with propriety. The gas lamps burn brighter, the gossip sharper. And yet under it all there's something new, an unease that no perfume can mask. You see it first in the invitations. They arrive gilded as always, but the tone has shifted. Once a hostess's note might have purred, "For music and light refreshment." Now they read like battle summons, "For conversation of a delicate nature." The Duchess accepts them all. She knows the art of reinvention demands visibility. Her European travels have made her intriguing again. Foreign phrases on her tongue, silk from lion in her wardrobe, stories whispered in 3 languages. London society may fear scandal, but it adores novelty, and she has become both. The first of these new gatherings takes place at the townhouse of Lady Churton, a widow whose fortune smells faintly of industry, and whose parties are famed for their candour. The drawing-room is arranged like a stage, velvet sofas in a semicircle, the lighting soft enough to flatter and harsh enough to expose. The Duchess enters late, wearing deep blue instead of white, a deliberate contrast to her previous image of chastened grace. The effect is electric. Conversations falter, heads turn. Someone whispers, "She's changed." Someone else replies, "Yes, and on purpose." You take a seat near the corner, close enough to observe. Lady Churton, ever the conductor, begins. "Ladies, we've spent too long perfecting the art of silence. Tonight I propose we discuss what we actually think." A murmur ripples through the room. The Duchess of Bedford arches one perfect eyebrow. "How very modern of you." "Modernity," says Churton, "is simply courage that hasn't been outlawed yet." The Duchesses exchange cautious smiles. The conversation begins, haltingly at first. They speak of books, George Eliot, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and, scandalously, The Subjection of Women by John Stuart Mill. Pembroke's absence is noted but unspoken. Everyone suspects she'd be here if she could. Her ghost hovers in the room like the scent of old ink. The Duchess finally speaks. "I read Mill in Paris," she says softly. "He wrote that liberty means being one's own protector. I rather think that's what we've all been doing, just more gracefully." There's a pause. Then Rutland laughs, a low, rich sound. "Protecting ourselves. My dear, we've been outmanoeuvring entire dynasties. Liberty sounds almost too modest." "Historians will say otherwise," says Bedford dryly. "They'll call us ornaments who occasionally tripped into influence." "Then," the Duchess replies, "we should leave them something to trip over." The laughter this time is genuine. The atmosphere shifts. What began as gossip transforms into something perilously close to candour. They talk of power, its texture, its cost, of marriage as diplomacy, of motherhood as performance, of the Queen herself, who wields authority not through words but presence, and how presence, properly handled, can become its own empire. Historians still argue whether this evening at Lady Churton's actually happened. Some say it was an urban legend, born from servants' gossip and embellished over time. Others claim it marked the quiet beginning of a new kind of rebellion, one that began not in Parliament, but in parlours. What's certain is this: something changes that night. When the Duchess returns home, she sits by the fire long after midnight, her gloves still on, her thoughts burning brighter than the coals. She takes out a blank page, dips her pen, and writes 4 words. We must write ourselves. You realize, watching her, that the era of rivalry is giving way to something subtler, solidarity, though no one dares name it yet. The next weeks bring proof. Invitations turn into correspondence. Letters pass between duchesses who once would not have shared a prayer. They exchange notes on schools, on reform societies, on hospitals, respectable subjects that mask more dangerous ideas. Beneath discussions of needlework funds and orphanages, you glimpse plans for publishing ventures, educational endowments, even political influence. It is reform disguised as charity. At one luncheon, the Duchess remarks to Rutland, "We must learn from men the art of appearing harmless." Rutland smiles. "We've already perfected it." Still, not everyone approves. The Queen, though she never intervenes directly, grows wary of her most visible subjects taking up too much moral real estate. The newspapers tread carefully, oscillating between praise and sarcasm. One editorial describes them as the doves of reform, fluttering prettily around causes they scarcely understand. The Duchess reads it aloud at tea and laughs. If only they knew how sharp dove's claws can be. Fringe tidbit. Around this time, a rumour spreads that several titled women have begun funding a ladies' press, an anonymous publication featuring essays on education and equality. Historians still debate whether it ever existed or was simply an elaborate fiction circulated to scandalize the elite. But if it did exist, you have no doubt the Duchess's handwriting adorned its pages. You attend another gathering at Churton's house, this time smaller, more conspiratorial. There are fewer jewels, more notebooks. The women discuss schools for working girls, laws about inheritance, even, quietly, the question of suffrage. Someone says, "We mustn't frighten them." The Duchess answers, "We've been frightening them simply by thinking. Might as well continue." By summer, whispers reach Parliament itself. "Aristocratic ladies meddling in politics," one lord sneers. Next, they'll want the vote. The duchesses exchange knowing glances. They've heard this before, from husbands, brothers, editors. The sneer is just another curtain to walk through. London, predictably, reacts with equal parts fascination and alarm. Satirical prints reappear, duchesses holding pens instead of fans, scrolls instead of parasols. But the tone is different now. The caricatures can't quite conceal admiration. And somewhere, in the quiet hours after midnight, you imagine Pembroke reading these papers from her self-imposed exile, smiling at the irony. The Duchesses of London, the very women once mocked for vanity, rivalry and scandal, are rewriting what it means to hold influence. They still wear silk, still curtsy, still navigate gossip like seasoned sailors. But beneath it all, something permanent has shifted. They are no longer waiting to be remembered. They are beginning to remember themselves. The heat of late summer presses down upon London like velvet, heavy, suffocating and perfumed. The city slows, its noise muffled by the hum of carriages and the hiss of watering carts along Piccadilly. Society declares itself out of season, which really means watching from afar. The duchesses, now seasoned veterans of reinvention, take this lull as camouflage. The newspapers, weary of writing about them, have turned their attention to Parliament and progress. But progress, it turns out, has a very feminine echo. You find yourself walking down Brook Street one afternoon to attend a quiet meeting. No invitation, no grand supper, just a polite note in the Duchess's hand. "Come by after tea. Bring no one curious." Inside her drawing room, the light filters through linen shades, dust motes floating like secrets. The Duchess sits at her writing desk, the faintest smile curling at the edge of her mouth. "They've stopped talking about us," she says, not quite sounding disappointed. "So, we can begin to do something." You glance around. The tea tray is untouched. There's a second chair drawn near the desk, and on the blotter a pile of folded letters, each sealed with wax, bearing a different crest. She notices your look. "They're replies," she says, "from every duchess we ever pretended to dislike." A pause. Then she adds, "We're starting a school." You blink. For what? For whom? She corrects gently. For girls, daughters of servants, governesses, anyone who might read but has never been permitted to imagine. She leans back, almost shyly. It's small, of course, it has to be. But imagine, for once, leaving something behind that isn't just a portrait. Historians still argue whether the School of Northmere ever existed. Some letters mention it only obliquely, phrases like "the quiet endeavour" or "our enterprise in Surrey." But diaries confirm donations made under false names, and one scholar later uncovered a record of a Mrs. P. who rented a house near Guildford for the education of 15 young ladies of promise. You remember the words from the autumn circle at Northmere Abbey? We must write our own history. This, it seems, is the first attempt to live it. The Duchess opens one of the letters. Portland's agreed to fund it, Rutland's sending books. Bedford has promised to stay quiet, which may be her greatest contribution yet. She looks up, mischief glittering in her eyes. And Somerset, predictably, sent flowers. Perhaps she thinks education will blossom on its own. You laugh, but she doesn't. We'll need discretion, she says. If the Queen hears, she'll think it political. Isn't it? Everything is, she replies softly. Even kindness. The first class takes place a month later, in a borrowed garden hall behind a parsonage in Richmond. You attend discreetly disguised as one of many curious onlookers. There are 10 students, girls between 12 and 16, dressed in plain muslin, their hair tied neatly, their eyes wide and uncertain. The Duchess stands before them without her diamonds or her titles, and begins, "You must forgive me. I've spent years learning how to speak without being heard. It's not a skill I recommend." Laughter ripples through the girls, small but real. "Today," she continues, "you'll read not to become impressive, but impossible to ignore." She opens a book, Milton of all things, and reads a passage about light emerging from darkness. Her voice trembles only once. You realize it's not from nerves, it's pride. The lessons continue in secret. Each Duchess contributes what she can. Bedford sends maps, Rutland sends funds, Portland writes letters to sympathetic clergymen, and Pembroke, still unseen but ever present, sends essays under the name A Friend in Exile. Her handwriting is unmistakable. One essay begins, "A woman may live her whole life under supervision and still learn the art of self-command." Another ends, "We are not miracles of restraint. We are simply unfinished." The girls adore her words. Fringe tidbit. One student, Mary Carter, daughter of a tailor, later becomes a governess in a titled household and teaches her own pupils to write. When asked where she learned her confidence, she simply says, "From the women who refused to sit still." The Duchess visits the school weekly. She trades her velvet gloves for ink stains. "I've discovered," she tells you once, "that chalk and grace are not mutually exclusive." Historians still argue whether she did it out of guilt or genuine belief. Some contemporaries accused her of seeking redemption through philanthropy, a fashionable pastime among the privileged. But those who met her then describe something different, a calm conviction, the sort that doesn't require applause. One evening, as you walk with her through the garden, she gestures toward the classroom windows where candlelight flickers like tiny revolutions. "When I was their age," she says, "I was taught to curtsy before I learned to think. Imagine what the world might become if we reversed that order." You nod, knowing better than to answer. "Do you think they'll remember us?" she asks quietly. You smile. "They'll have to." She laughs softly. "Then it's worth it." By winter, the school has tripled in size. The Queen's advisers hear whispers, but nothing concrete enough to condemn. Newspapers note a curious experiment among certain noble women, but the story dies quickly. The duchesses have learned the art of silence too well. One night, a letter arrives at the duchess's house. The handwriting is spidery, familiar. You watch her read it twice before passing it to you. To teach is to conspire gently. You were right, this is the only power they cannot confiscate. If they ask who began it, tell them it was everyone. No signature, just a pressed verbena flower. Pembroke, again. The Duchess closes her eyes, whispering, "She's always known how to disappear beautifully." Outside, snow begins to fall, the kind that muffles sound and memory alike. The city sleeps unaware that behind its most respectable facades, an unrecorded revolution has already begun. You realize then, rivalry was never the end of the story. It was only the rehearsal. Because beneath the silks, the scandals, the curtsies, something quieter and infinitely more dangerous has taken root. Education, shared purpose, the slow undoing of permission. And this time, it's not for applause, it's for permanence. Winter has its own kind of silence in London, the dignified hush of frost on stone, the pause before progress begins to move again. Yet in parlours and libraries, small revolutions continue to whisper. By now, the school in Richmond is no longer a rumour, it's an open secret. The Times prints a delicate paragraph calling it an admirable effort in moral cultivation, supervised by ladies of taste. Everyone understands what that means. The Queen's Circle pretends not to. The Duchess, once the subject of scandal columns and caricatures, now receives letters of admiration from unexpected corners. Vicars' wives, headmistresses, even a few cautious members of Parliament send inquiries. Could the ladies' school expand north? Could it include vocational study? Could it, heaven forbid, accept donations from men? She answers all politely, then files the letters away in a drawer labelled Later. You visit her one evening as snow piles in the street outside, softening the noise of passing carriages. The house feels quieter now. Servants walk gently, as if they know the household is thinking. She greets you with ink still on her fingers. "We've begun something impossible," she says, half proud, half afraid. "Impossible things have a habit of succeeding," you answer. She laughs, though the sound is weary. "You're becoming one of us." In the months that follow, "one of us" becomes a phrase used quietly among certain women of standing. It's never written, never spoken above a whisper. But it means something precise, aware, alert, unwilling to retreat. At garden teas and charity bazaars, they exchange more than pleasantries. A word here, a book, recommendation there, small acts of contagion. Each duchess becomes a conspirator of influence. Even their causes multiply. Rutland champions sanitation reform. Bedford turns her energy to hospitals. Portland, ever the strategist, begins hosting educational luncheons where the real topic is progress hidden beneath polite conversation. And then in February, an unexpected guest reappears. The Duchess of Pembroke returns to London. No fanfare, no announcement. Just the quiet rumour that she's back. One morning, she's spotted at Hatchard's, purchasing a book on astronomy. By afternoon, she's invited to 3 dinner parties and declined all of them. When you finally see her, she looks older, sharper, freer. The fashionable pallor of London ladies has given way to a sun-browned face and a calm that radiates from the bones outward. "You were right," she says before you can speak. "It had to begin without me." The reunion at Richmond is private. Just 6 women and a fire that burns too brightly. They sit in a circle, no servants, no witnesses. It feels less like a meeting and more like confession. Bedford begins. "Do you have any idea what chaos you left us with?" Pembroke smiles. "You handled it beautifully," Rutland adds. We've done things that would have frightened us 2 years ago. Pembroke glances at the Duchess, the one who started it all, and nods. Then you've done exactly what I hoped. They speak of progress, of fear, of the line between defiance and diplomacy. They laugh at the irony that the same society that once mocked them for frivolity now praises their philanthropy. Historians, says Portland, will call it charity. Pembroke corrects her. They'll call it a beginning. They decide that night to preserve their letters. One day, says Rutland, someone should know what this felt like, not what we wore, but what we risked. The Duchess opens a box, small polished mahogany, lined with velvet. Then let's begin collecting the truth. Each woman contributes something, a letter, a note, a torn scrap from a speech. Even the Queen's curt dismissal of a petition, not suitable for consideration by ladies, finds its place inside. You write a single line on the final page before sealing it. They turned rivalry into rehearsal, and rehearsal into revolution. Historians still debate whether that box ever existed. Some say it was lost during the Blitz. Others claim it's buried in one of Northmere's walled gardens. A few skeptics insist it's pure invention, but every so often an auction catalogue lists a Victorian casket of unknown provenance, filled with unsigned notes and pressed verbena petals. The following spring, the Queen herself, perhaps sensing the tides of change, hosts a luncheon for the ladies of philanthropic distinction. It's meant as a gesture of unity, a royal benediction over all these newfound do-gooders. The Duchesses attend, of course, dressed impeccably, smiling serenely. The Queen praises their efforts, though her tone carries faint irritation. "I do hope," she says, "that your energies remain devoted to the proper sphere." The Duchess bows her head respectfully. "Of course, Your Majesty, we only wish to make the sphere a little larger." There's a murmur around the table, a delicate, barely audible ripple of amusement. The Queen doesn't reply, but the corners of her mouth twitch, betraying something close to admiration. Historians still argue whether that exchange truly happened. Some insist the Duchess was too cautious to dare such wit. Others point out that Victoria's journals contain a curious line written that same afternoon. "Certain ladies, bold but well-mannered, I see the times changing. You can feel it too. The old rivalries have dissolved not into friendship, but into purpose, a more enduring bond." After the luncheon, you walk with the Duchess through the palace garden. The air smells faintly of lilac and ink. You realize, you say, you've changed the rules of the game. She looks at you, half smiling. "No," she says, "we've simply stopped playing." That night, London glows with gaslight reflected in puddles. Somewhere, a girl in Richmond finishes her first essay by candlelight. Somewhere else, a duchess in a white gown opens a newspaper and sees a familiar phrase. A lady of intellect and influence. And for the first time, that phrase is not an insult. The world is turning, softly but undeniably. And the women who once competed for visibility now find themselves making something far greater, light that cannot be put out. By the time the next decade dawns, the air itself feels different, lighter, more talkative, slightly dangerous. London no longer belongs entirely to its men. It now hums with the soft insistence of women who have learned to occupy silence until it opens. You walk through Bloomsbury one early spring morning, your boots clicking on the wet cobblestones. In the shop windows you see unfamiliar things, pamphlets about education, translations of European novels written by women, essays titled The Voice of the Hearth. Some of them, you know, are written by your duchesses, or their protégés, under names that sound harmless enough to pass unnoticed. The Duchess herself has become something else entirely. Her title still precedes her in conversation, But now it carries a different weight. She's no longer that duchess who danced through scandal. She's the one behind the Richmond School. Men speak her name with a mix of irritation and respect, as if they can't decide whether she's a nuisance or a marvel. Historians still argue whether this transformation was planned or accidental. Some say the duchesses simply stumbled into reform while fleeing boredom. Others see genius in their timing. You, having watched it unfold, know better. The rebellion was deliberate, disguised as duty. You meet her at her townhouse, now quieter, more book-lined than ever. Gone are the chandeliers, replaced by brass lamps and shelves crowded with manuscripts. She greets you in a dark wool dress, less duchess, more philosopher. "You're late," she says, smiling. "I thought you'd abandoned us for livelier company." "Impossible," you reply. "There's no livelier company than conspiracy." She laughs, a warm, unguarded sound. On the table before her lies a letter from Pembroke. It's written from Rome this time. She's teaching astronomy lectures to Italian women in a borrowed convent garden. Her words spill with light. "They say the stars are fixed, but I find that impossible to believe. Everything that shines must move, even if slowly." The Duchess runs a finger along the edge of the letter, sighing. "She was always ahead of us." "Not ahead," you say, "just further along the same road." That afternoon, she shows you the school's latest progress. The Richmond estate has grown into a network. 2 schools in London, 1 in Manchester, and whispers of another in Edinburgh. The girls now learn mathematics, languages, literature, and practical trades. The curriculum, she explains, is built on the radical idea that intelligence doesn't require permission. Fringe tidbit. The curriculum borrows from notes smuggled out of Cambridge lectures by sympathetic tutors, men who pretend ignorance when questioned, claiming the ladies' lessons are merely domestic instruction. Historians later confirm these notes influenced early women's colleges. As she speaks, you sense her pride, tempered but real. "They still call it an experiment," she says, "but every empire begins that way." The housekeeper enters with tea and a newspaper. The Duchess waves her off. "Not now, Mrs. Allen. I already know who's pretending to save us this week." The newspaper headline reads, "The Duchess and Her Doctrines, a Fashionable Folly." Beneath it, a column dripping with mockery. It accuses her of educating the lower classes into discontent. She reads it, unimpressed. "Imagine," she says, "if they realized how dull discontent truly is after the first year." Historians still debate the author's identity. Some suggest it was a jealous peer, others a government clerk worried about revolution. But the article backfires spectacularly. Enrollment surges, donations arrive from unexpected quarters, Scots widows, Irish teachers, even a few quiet clergymen. By autumn, the Queen herself sends a note, polite, distant, but tinged with recognition. "Your efforts for the improvement of womanly character are commendable. I trust they remain safely within the bounds of virtue and reason." The Duchess pins the letter above her desk like a trophy. "Virtue and reason," she says. "Lovely little fences. We'll see how long they hold." That winter, she hosts one final gathering, smaller, quieter, more serious than any before. The same women who once danced, schemed and rivaled, now sit together before the fire, older and somehow luminous in their restraint. Portland, her hair silvering, remarks, "Do you ever miss the theatre of it all, the gossip, the gowns, the performance?" Rutland sips her wine. "Sometimes. But then I remember the headaches." Bedford laughs softly. "I miss the applause, but this—" She gestures toward the quiet room, the papers, the flicker of thought. "This feels like something better." Pembroke's absence hangs in the air. Her last letter lies open on the table, signed simply be. The Duchess looks at you. "We were never meant to last as legends," she says, just as proof it could be done. Outside, the fog thickens, wrapping London in pale smoke. Through the window, you can see the gaslights burning like captured stars. "Do you think they'll forget us?" she asks. "Eventually," you say, "but not completely." "Good," she murmurs. "Forgetting keeps us human. Remembering makes us dangerous." She leans back, her silhouette outlined by the firelight. The years have refined her, not diminished her. She's become what she always pretended to be, a woman at ease with her own influence. You sit together in comfortable silence until the clock strikes midnight. Somewhere in Richmond, the girls she's taught are finishing their essays. Somewhere in Rome, Pembroke is tracing constellations across the Mediterranean sky. And somewhere in Windsor, the Queen, older, watchful, signs another bill written by men but whispered into existence by women like them. You realize with sudden clarity that the Duchesses have won, not through spectacle, but through endurance. Their rivalries burned bright enough to draw attention. Their quiet work afterward ensured that attention could never again be completely withdrawn. The next morning, London looks ordinary again. The carriages rattle, the papers print fresh scandals, but the current has shifted. The Duchesses have turned influence into infrastructure, and no one can quite say when or how it happened. As you leave her house, she calls after you, voice light but unshakable. "History is just another guest list," she says. "We've finally learned how to write our own invitations." You return to the portrait gallery one last time, the air thick with varnish and memory. Pale faces stare down at you, each painted to preserve a version of a woman once vivid, now flattened to fit a frame. This is the theatre of legacy, where lives are edited into something safer and more marketable for the future. The real contests now are not fans or gowns, but wills, memoirs, church plaques, and the careful custody of family papers. Aristocratic families long practiced archiving to control how they'd be remembered. Portrait rooms doubled as record rooms, and footmen sometimes became accidental librarians. A mainstream fact, estate archives and curated collections was standard practice among the Victorian aristocracy to preserve family legacy. You imagine the Duchesses plotting over ledgers. "Seal those letters," Rutland might order. "Make copies for trusted historians," suggests Portland. There's strategy in annotation and in absence. Historians still argue whether private archives offer truer lives or only sanitized versions, because memory is a battleground, and the key holder decides the headline. In a half-open drawer you find lively marginalia, jokes scrawled for a friend, a scrawl of anger, a small plan for a school. These scraps contradict the slogan on a plaque calling one woman pious and benevolent. Quirky evidence of legacy work surfaces in odd places, needlework samplers that quietly delete an ancestor by misspelling a name, a petty but effective erasure that fringe historians later call the stitch that rewrote a lineage. Wills become instruments of narrative. Some stipulate diaries remain sealed for decades. Others demand immediate publication. Timing is tactical. Publish too soon and rivals weaponize your words. Wait too long and memory dies with witnesses. They argue about portraits, public replicas and private originals to control both public image and private truth. One confesses to burning love letters. "Better ashes than footnotes," she said, dramatic and final. Children complicate legacy. Mothers quarrel not over heirlooms, but over who will write the family story. The daughter who remembers a woman at the school, or the daughter who remembers a woman at the ball. Generational memories become bargaining chips. A small, true joke. They fought for portraits not to hang, but to avoid being a mere footnote in someone else's book. Legal counsels suggest sealing and careful cataloguing. Librarians whisper of negative preservation, misfiling scandalous papers so only the curious or committed ever find them. Fringe tidbit: some families deliberately mislabel documents to hide affairs. Decades later, historians delight in unpicking those red herrings. Behind public monuments, quiet investments often tell the truer story. A duchess commissions a statue for the village green while secretly funding a fellowship to support women scholars, public virtue paired with invisible seed money for change. This dual strategy persists, visible honor plus invisible infrastructure. Memoirs ignite another debate. Some duchesses publish polished life stories, others refuse, fearing a memoir will fossilize them into caricature. Historians still argue whether such memoirs are honest records or calculated propaganda. You can see both. Time softens truth and sharpens intent, but the impulse to narrate one's life before someone else does is understandable. You read an unpublished essay, hand trembling, which ends with a simple claim: "I wished to be remembered as one who taught voice, not as one who made noise." Legacy's victories are slow. Endowments, schools, grandchildren, choosing careers rather than marriage. Sometimes the triumph is local and sweet. A village school that endures for generations thanks to anonymous bequests tucked into estate accounts, or, legend has it, deeds hidden in the hollow of an old oak. They even fought over the language of their epitaphs, short sentences carved in stone and read by strangers for centuries. One insisted her epitaph record estate management, another wanted a line that admitted a single fault. The disputes became a small theatre of principle, mercy versus honesty, reputation versus truth. That argument produced another modestly Victorian truth: they fussed more over punctuation in their wills than over who wore what to a ball. The comma, it seems, is the final weapon. In private, they deployed allies, select scholars, discreet lawyers, friendly clergymen, people trusted to honour an unspoken compact. They left marginal notes in diaries instructing, "Preserve this for context," and sometimes, with pained amusement, annotated their own papers to bar sensational passages. It was curatorial warfare, where provenance and punctuation mattered as much as any jewel. Historians still argue whether these strategies altered the historical record for the better, or whether they merely shifted scandal into more cunning safekeeping. The debate will likely continue because history prefers a mystery to a neat ending. Yet, if you look closely, you can trace outcomes: orphanages surviving budget cuts, curricula at early girls' schools that later influenced college syllabi, and granddaughters who learned to ask questions before curtsying. A tender, sly tactic appears in the margins of town records: orchards planted with hidden deeds for tenants, anonymous stipends sewn into parish accounts, small holdings emerging where only houses once stood. Fringe historians sniffed and smiled when ledgers pointed back to one family's odd generosity, legacy as charity disguised as accident. They argue over epitaphs and memorial forms, simple plaques, statues, or scholarships. The compromise often lands on modest, durable, ambiguous memorials, enough to intrigue later historians, but not so declarative as to invite sensational headlines. It's a lesson in restraint. A life edited well resists easy caricature. You step back from the portraits, the argument about punctuation still echoing in your ears, and you understand this final rivalry over memory is quieter than any ball but harder to undo. They spent decades competing for the last dance and then spent the rest of their lives arguing about who got the last word. It's perhaps the most dignified victory of all. A scholar once wrote, "To be remembered is to be reinterpreted until meaning dissolves into myth." If meaning will shift anyway, better to have a hand in the first few edits. So they wrote sealed, gifted, misfiled, and sometimes burned, crafting afterlives as carefully as they once chose gowns. One last small joke as you depart. They argued more about commas in their wills than they ever did about who arrived first at a ball. That tiny obsession, so terribly Victorian, seems the perfect final flourish for women who spent a lifetime learning how to be visible on their own terms. The final years arrive not with fanfare, but with softness, the kind of quiet that only those who've lived loudly can recognize. The city that once trembled at every whispered feud now hums steadily, content to let its duchesses fade into marble, memory, and rumour. You walk through Kensington Gardens one pale morning. The fog moves lazily, wrapping the statues in shrouds of silver. Beneath the bare trees, a small brass plaque catches your eye. Founded 1868 to the Northmere Institute for the Education of Women, the name means little to passers-by. Children feed pigeons nearby, a nursemaid hums, but you know exactly whose invisible fingerprints shaped that name into permanence. It stands quietly. That building, brick, ivy-clad, respectable. The sort of place where history pretends to forget itself. You step closer. Inside you can see rows of desks, chalkboards, the flutter of paper. A group of girls recite lines from Milton, the same passage the Duchess once read in the Richmond Garden Hall so many years ago. Hail, holy light, offspring of heaven first-born. You smile. The words have survived, even if their speaker has slipped from memory. The Duchess herself is gone now, peacefully they say, in her library, a pen still in hand. Her passing made only the smallest mention in the newspapers. Her Grace the Duchess of A, long known for her benevolence, passed quietly at her residence yesterday. No scandals, no caricatures, just the gentle erasure of a life that refused to remain ornamental. Historians still argue whether she changed anything. Some say she was merely an exception that proved the rule. Others claim her quiet persistence helped bend the rule itself. The truth, as ever, lies between ink and intent. When you visit her home, now half closed and echoing, the staff have already begun packing away her effects. A maid shows you to her study, a small, cluttered room that smells faintly of lavender and dust. On the desk lies a single, open notebook. Inside her final entry, written in that slanted, decisive hand, I used to think influence meant being obeyed. Now I see it means being remembered, even by those who do not know your name. Beside it rests a pressed sprig of verbena. You touch the fragile petals, Pembroke's old emblem, and feel the years fold in on themselves. The box of letters, the Northmere Archive, as she once called it, has already been sealed and sent away, labelled private, to be opened 50 years after my death. You imagine its journey, dusty, forgotten, perhaps rediscovered one day by a scholar who will marvel at the wit, the fire, the unrecorded defiance hidden in its pages. Outside, the gardens hum with life. You notice a young woman standing by the gate, clutching a notebook, her cheeks flushed with cold and excitement. She tells you she's a student at the Institute. They said a duchess founded it, she says shyly. But no one seems to remember which one. You smile. Perhaps it was all of them. She laughs, a bright, unguarded sound that scatters the pigeons. Then she's gone, hurrying off toward the lecture hall, boots crunching through frost. You linger a moment longer, watching the mist rise. The city moves on, indifferent and alive. Carriages rattle, shopkeepers shout. A new century gathers its breath. And yet beneath all that motion something endures, something that can't be seen on a family crest or measured in acres. The Duchesses, for all their rivalries and contradictions, have accomplished the one thing power never intended for them: continuity. You think of them as they were: bright, vain, brilliant, frightened, brave. Rivals turned allies, ornaments turned architects. The world will forget their names, but it will inherit their audacity. Perhaps that's enough. You turn to leave, the last of the fog dissolving around you, and the faint toll of a distant church bell marking the hour. The sound feels ancient, but softer now, as if London itself is whispering gratitude to its forgotten women. You walk away slowly, the verbena pressed in your palm, the rhythm of their laughter echoing faintly in your ears. The game, you realize, was never about winning. It was about remaining, and somewhere in the margins of history, their stories still write themselves, quietly, elegantly, insistently. So now, as the last echoes fade, you can rest. The Duchesses, their rivalries, their reforms, their laughter spilling over teacups, all dissolve into the soft twilight of memory. The city hums beyond your window, steady and indifferent, unaware that its very shape carries their fingerprints. You let your eyes close. Imagine the rustle of silk turn to paper, the distant chime of carriage wheels fading down a long street. Picture the portraits dimming as the day ends, the painted eyes finally allowed to rest. Their world, once frantic with competition, now drifts into quiet equilibrium. The schools continue, the gardens bloom, the stories remain, not in books perhaps, but in gestures, in choices, in every woman who learns to speak her mind with a smile that pretends to be polite. History sleeps, but it remembers. You breathe in slowly. The air is cool, tinged with dust and lavender. Somewhere a clock ticks, somewhere else a page turns. You can almost hear the Duchess's voice, calm, amused, still unbent by time, whispering, "Influence is the art of lasting gently." Let that thought cradle you tonight. The rivalries have quieted, the lessons have settled. The world, for now, is still. So rest your mind, slow your breath, and drift into sleep knowing that even the most fleeting lives can leave permanent light.